Yeah. Can we? Do I do a trial right now just for the song?
Oh, absolutely. Why don't we do a quick rehearsal?
Okay, just the beginning of the song. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Là, là. On dit qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sous le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sous les grands arbres noirs. So, how is the
Beautiful.
song? Okay, I raise the volume. It was too loud, no, at the beginning. Hello.
Sarah, can you hear? Oh, wait, no problem, sorry, Sarah.
Okay.
I think it was better when you raised the volume, Sylvie. It was better to match your voice. Your voice was louder than the backup.
Okay, so what I have to do is I will raise the volume just when I will start to sing, because if I don't do it before, you're all very loud. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Sarah. Okay.
Sounded beautiful.
Okay, so Pastor Morales, how are you doing this morning, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Great. So you have got a little snippet of Miss Sylvie Boisel, who's going to give us a tribute from France, and then you'll come on and you will offer a prayer.
Okay, can you hear me like as I'm talking?
Yes. How's it sound,
Okay,
everybody?
okay. I'm just want to make sure because I'm not so well knowledge on technology or computers.
Well, you're doing great. So as soon as Sylvie's done with her singing, I will talk about a little bit about what we're here, and then I'll ask you to offer a word of prayer.
Okay,
Okay?
wonderful.
And
Thank you.
then from there, I will talk a little bit about Mr. Greenspan, and he'll take it from there.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Okay. Okay.
We are
We still need to get our we need to get our sponsors. Steve, if you could help us get our sponsors' logos up, that would be great. And we need to finish getting the bios of all the panelists on the blog spot. So Dee, could you work with Mike on that? To make sure he's got the blog spot going, to get all the
I'm
panelists
trying to get
going?
the stream started. I'm getting the
Oh, you're
stream
streaming?
started.
Okay,
So
so Dee, are you working on the panelists and the blog spot?
and it just came up. We're
I'm
streaming
sorry.
on YouTube.
So we're streaming right now?
Yep. I
Well,
like
we
to have it a
shouldn't.
couple of minutes
Well,
out
that's okay. We
early.
got 3 minutes. Maybe no one will come in early. Okay, but we're streaming live now across the world. So, but everybody's coming into the conference and getting comfortable. Hope you have your coffee. We will be taking 2 breaks. Pacific time, 12:45, and again at 1:45. Let's keep that in mind. And we got 3 minutes. So, so Dee, if you could also help get the sponsors logos on the blog spot, that would be great.
I do not know how to do that. You'll have to quickly walk me through it. I think it's a bit late, unfortunately.
Okay, well, we have all day to get them up. And it won't be just today that we're gonna stream this thing from into perpetuity. So this show that we're doing today is gonna be broadcast live. It will be recorded so people can watch it from now on. So if we get the information in sometime today, that'll be great. It doesn't have to all happen before 11:45. So we're not gonna do anything under pressure, no crises. We're gonna have a good time. and we're gonna have an enjoyable day.
I just need directions.
Okay, well, Steve or Mike will have to give you technical instructions because I'm lost in that area too. Okay, 11:43. Okay.
Got 8 people watching on YouTube right now.
How many?
8.
Ooh. Let me
9,
go to it and
12. Katie. One minute. You better get started. It's 11:45 and you got an audience building up.
Sylvie, you're on.
Oh, hello. Thank you. So I'm just going to sing one song of Josephine Baker because let me see if my sound is good. Yeah, because Josephine Baker fought FOUGHT a lot in Las Vegas against segregation, as you probably know all. So I'm going to sing a song from Josephine Baker right now. Thank you. If all works. On dit qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sous le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sous les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours, mon pays et Paris, vers toujours, mon cœur est ravi. Ma savane est belle, mais à quoi bon le nier? Ce qui m'en sort, c'est Paris tout entier. Le voir un jour, c'est mon rêve joli. J'ai 2 amours, mon pays et Paris. est belle, mais à quoi bon le nier? Ce qui m'ensorcelle, c'est Paris tout entier. Le voir un jour, c'est mon rêve joli. J'ai deux amours, mon pays est Vegas. Thanks to Josephine Baker. Voilà. Thank you.
Great.
Beautiful. Everybody unmute for the interpreters.
Très bien. Très joli.
Très bien. Très bien.
Very good.
We don't hear you,
We
Catherine.
cannot.
Congratulations.
You're away from your microphone, Catherine.
No.
We can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
We can't hear you, Catherine.
Let me see if what I can do to fix that.
We can't hear you, Catherine.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Who is that? Yep.
I
We can't hear
know you
Catherine.
can, but testing 1, 2, 3. Right. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can
We
you
hear
hear me?
everybody but Catherine.
We can't hear Catherine.
Okay.
Catherine came on the audio when she was not in the same room.
Can you hear me now? This is Carl. Can you hear me now?
Can you
Yes,
hear,
Let me go
can you hear
from
me?
here.
we can hear
Testing 1,
everybody.
2, 3.
Okay, sorry.
We can hear everyone. Don't
Testing.
worry. It's just Catherine who we can't hear.
What? Why would you say something like that? Ridiculous question for anyone to ask.
Catherine,
Can you hear
you
me
better
now?
pick up your phone and
Duncan
call.
PhD here. Back to quarantine content, just a little bit of entertainment for you while we're all staying inside. And I do have a new product here. I've been using the new 2020 iPad Pro for about a week.
Catherine, we can't hear you.
This is the bigger 12.9-inch iPad Pro, 1 terabyte, space
Catherine, we
gray.
can't hear you.
I am a lot of.
We can hear you when you're off camera. We can't hear you when you're in front of the camera. When you were back in the other location, you were close to a microphone.
So of course, it looks familiar. No, the form factor of the iPad Pro has not changed.
So technology is one of our biggest challenges, but we are going to get through this. So let me start over very quickly. Today is March 25th, 1960. It's the day that the United Nations asked the world to recognize the descendants of the victims of the transatlantic slave trade. On this same day today, 60 years ago, our city of Las Vegas decided to end the practice of denying accommodations to Negroes. We have a big day planned for you today, but before we start, so that we can get into the right spirit and bring the right kind of energy to this conference, we're going to ask Reverend Juan Morales from Camp Mazumdar to offer us a word of prayer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. How is everybody doing?
Great.
Thank you.
Before I say a short few words of my prayer, I would like to read something from the book of Isaiah, Isaiah 26:20. Come, my people, enter your chambers and shut your doors behind you. Hide yourselves for a little while until the wrath is past. Please join me in a short prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father and a precious and holy Heavenly Mother, we thank you so much for this day that you grant us. We thank you for the technology that allows us to come together in spite of the circumstances, the difficulties that we are facing now in this country and throughout the entire world. We come to ask you for your forgiveness, for your guidance in your direction. Dear Heavenly Father, as the result of the fall of man, we lost freedom and we lost responsibility. We lost the path to realize your ideal. We die spiritually and we lost truth. We ask for your forgiveness. As the result of the fall of man, we lost our original position as sons and daughters of God and as masters and lords of ourselves and the universe. Especially, we lost the original position as parent and children and as brothers and sisters. Our relationship between men and women became twisted. And as the result of the fall, the first family, the first brother killed his own brother. This has been the history ever since the fall of man. Today, we are celebrating and searching for freedom. Everyone in human history, we have gone through so many hardship and difficulties because we fail. As a result of the fall of man, we became, everyone without exception, slaves of ignorance and slaves of sin. And until this day, we have not been able to overcome that conflict between humankind as brothers and sisters. We ask you for your blessings. We ask you for your guidance. As a result of the fall, we lost the original love. We failed to inherit everything from you. And as a result of the fall, we became contradicted people, and we rebel against you and against one another. Today, as we have this meeting to celebrate the recent conflict and suffering of the Black people here in America, Heavenly Father, please guide us and be with everyone that participate in this event, this gathering together through technology. We thank you for every man and woman who have contributed in the history to bring us together. Many people have died, shed tears and blood and sweat, so that one day humankind can recognize themselves as brothers and sisters with one set of Heavenly Father and a Heavenly Mother. We're longing for that day when the suffering of humankind, the suffering of this universe, this precious created world that you gave us, can come to an end. And that the suffering of God ever since the fall, also we pray that it come to an end. And that soon, all of us, we can go beyond everything, beyond all the problems, all the walls that have divided us. We are brothers and sisters going beyond everything. Please be with us throughout the course of this meeting. We thank you for all the participants. And once again, we thank you for guiding us. We ask ask you for your blessings and protection upon all humankind, every country that is suffering under the attack of evil, of this sickness, and this our present time. Please protect us and guide us. We thank you sincerely. We are grateful. Please, once again, forgive us for the hurt that we have done to one another, not realizing that we come from one man and one woman, from Adam and Eve, and not realizing we come from one invisible Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother. Please help us to realize that, and that together we can build a world where all humankind can live and love as brothers and sisters. We thank you for everything. We are deeply grateful, and I offer this prayer with deepest gratitude. I offer this prayer in the name of your most beloved Son. We offer this prayer together as brothers and sisters. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
And thank you so much, Reverend Morales, for that fitting tribute to the descendants of the victims of the transatlantic slave trade, and to you, Sylvie Boiselle, for your beautiful tribute on the Moulin Rouge. And now we're going to hear a little bit about the history of the Moulin Rouge, and we're going to hear that from a person who grew up with the story, because his father, Mr. Hank Greenspan, called the famous Moulin Rouge Agreement meeting on this day 60 years ago. Mr. Brian Greenspan, could you tell us what happened?
Okay, let me see if I got this right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, first of all, Catherine, thank you for commemorating the 60th anniversary. We all know, who are participating today, that we all know about history. If we ignore it, we are doomed to repeat it. And this struggle is obviously an ongoing struggle. So it is important to remember, especially here in Nevada, in Southern Nevada, the events of the past that bring us here. Because, as I am sure everyone knows or should know, what happened at the Moulin Rouge 60 years ago, in large part, was a major component in the growth of Las Vegas. Without that agreement, I dare say Las Vegas would be a very different place, if indeed it was a place at all. And so the people who were brought together in that room in the Moulin Rouge may not have realized what they were doing at the time. I think my dad did, but the others were there under some kind of duress and some kind of desire at the same time to do the right thing. And if I can go back just a moment, kind of set the table for what was going on in 1960. I have to go back a little earlier. When my parents moved to Las Vegas in late 1946, of course, the first modern luxury hotel had not yet opened. That was the Flamingo Hotel that you've all heard of, Bugsy Siegel. That's the one he built and opened, and didn't last long enough to see its success. But prior to that, this was just a sleepy little town that was called, unfortunately, it was called the Mississippi of the West. You can take all the connotations that conjures up, but that was a Las Vegas that my parents moved to in late 1946. And I think because my father wound up in the newspaper business in 1950, he realized he had an outsized voice in trying to right all the wrongs and help everyone who lived here move in a kind of direction that frankly ultimately led to the Las Vegas we all live in, enjoy, and are proud of today. But because of his newspaper, it gave him basically a very large microphone and a great deal of respect in town. And that meant, in some respects, that people all across the community went to my father when they needed help. Didn't matter what the issue was. My father heard it all. And one of the things, of course, that moved him his entire life was the indignities that man inflicts on one another. Didn't matter whether it's because of race, religion, you pick it. My dad railed against it at every opportunity. And of course, in the 50s, then he had a newspaper. And one of the things, if you talk about the Moulin Rouge agreement in 1960, you got to go back 5 years or so to the opening of the Moulin Rouge and what it represented. Las Vegas in those days, not unlike, unfortunately, most towns and cities across America, was segregated in that the hotel tourism industry was segregated. My father was a very good friend of people out. I'm not throwing names out there, but they are names you're going to recognize, and I'm doing it for a reason. Very close to Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Nat King Cole. Because of the newspaper business, he used to hang out with those guys. He would play golf with them. He'd go to the steam room with them, whatever. And of course, it was very clear that when people like Sammy Davis Jr. and Nat King Cole finished entertaining at these beautiful hotels that were growing up all over Las Vegas, they couldn't go to their rooms in the hotel for the night. They couldn't eat in the restaurants in those hotels. They had to go to places like Z. Louis out across, Charleston and Bonanza. And that's where they had to sleep and eat. And it was very evident that there was something inherently unfair and just wrong. And so the Moulin Rouge opened as an interracial hotel. And frankly, the way it was described at the time, unfortunately, we all know the history of it, but at the time, it was probably the most successful hotel at the time it was open in Las Vegas. Why? Because not only did all the black entertainers go there to entertain, and all the wonderful, the African American waiters and waitresses, and you pick it, were working in that hotel, but so did white society. They went there because that hotel was more fun. The food was just as good or better. The service was top notch, and people could go there and actually be human beings. And it represented what Las Vegas could be. And I went back and I found a column my dad had written back in 1955 when the Moulin Rouge opened. And I pulled out a paragraph that I'd like to just read real quickly because I think it sets the tone for what would become the Moulin Rouge Agreement. He wrote, "The Moulin Rouge Hotel is a positive, affirmative act toward the belief that all men are created equal. To be told by a colored waiter, quote, 'It was my pleasure to serve you, and I hope I will soon have this opportunity again,' end quote, is something which I have yet to hear elsewhere in all my years in Las Vegas. It gives a person a warm, friendly glow. You walk away feeling like somebody. It brings a new dignity to man. I like the Moulin Rouge. I like what it stands for. As a citizen of Las Vegas, I appreciated the efforts of the operators and hope they will be most successful." Now, that was my dad's attitude, well, throughout his life, but certainly in 1955. So as time progressed and more these indignities were being inflicted on African Americans, entertainers, guests, tourists couldn't stay there. It just made sense that my dad, because no one else was doing anything about it, my dad had to do something about it. And it coincided with the time. Dr. West was a friend of my dad. He came to him. They talked about what was impending. Now, this is 1960, 4 years, right, before the Civil Rights Act. And they talked about the NAACP marching and protesting up and down the Strip. And that's what my dad needed, because it gave him a good reason to get the attention of the operators on the strip, all of whom were acquaintances and friends of my dad's, none of whom, for different reasons, would admit that they agreed with my dad's position that this was nuts. Their motivation was frankly, not unlike what you hear today from hotel owners and other business owners. We have to protect our bottom lines. This is all about business, that kind of stuff. So my dad got the governor, Grant Sawyer, convinced him to call all these hotel operators to a meeting with representatives from the Black community in an effort to do the right thing, ostensibly to stave off this protest march, which everybody believed would not be good for Las Vegas. That was the reason for getting him in the room. But once they got him in the room, my dad, who didn't have the technological problems we had at the beginning of this meeting, with the microphones that weren't working and people couldn't hear, my dad didn't need a microphone. He was very, very clear. He got everybody in the room with the governor, and he made it clear that nobody was leaving that room that day until there was an agreement to desegregate the Las Vegas Strip and all the hotels on the Strip. And to add emphasis to it, he had the governor there, because the governor represented, obviously, the power of state government to do what? To go to the tax commission, which controlled all the licenses of the gaming establishments in those days, and basically say, if this nut, Greenspun, starts writing in a way that makes it impossible for the governor to do his job, the governor is going to make sure the tax commission, the tax commission calls every one of you birds forward to find out and decide whether or not you should continue to have a gaming license. So all of a sudden, the desire of the gaming operators not to offend their, quote, white clientele, quote, by having, African Americans in and around them in the hotels, eating next to them, sleeping in rooms near them. Their desire not to offend their white clientele was being put up against their desire to even be in business. Well, that was an easy decision for them to make. It took many, many, many hours for them to make that very easy decision. But at the end of the day, the Moulin Rouge agreement was met, agreed. There would be no more segregation on the Las Vegas Strip, and everybody walked out of there believing, everyone walked out of that room believing that there's a new dawn for Las Vegas. And now as we look back 60 years, it's so easy to understand that had it not been for what those people did in that room, opening the Strip up to people of all kinds and all colors and all creeds and everything else, that Las Vegas would not have grown to be the entertainment capital of the world, open to the world. That's what the Moulin Rouge agreement did for Las Vegas. More importantly, I think it was a predicate for what was going to happen across the country. Everybody liked to come to Las Vegas. They saw it was integrated from that day forward. Not so bad. Nothing bad happened. And so they went back to places where they lived. And it was much easier for them to accept what was coming and what should always have been there. So that's my spiel on the Moulin Rouge agreement. If you guys want to discuss it, happy to do so.
Thank you for that. That was a great background story that puts a clear picture on the history of Las Vegas and the significance of why our Catherine has called this 60 is a very significant number. And we thank your dad and for being a forerunner when it was unpopular back in those days to stand up as a Euro-American for what is really just and what is right. So I just want to compliment you on the story. While you were speaking, I felt part of the story, and I can see it. And it's really significant, and a lot of people don't even know. But we thank you for sharing that.
Well, I appreciate that. And, you know, I certainly understand that probably most of the people on this call weren't even around when that happened. But isn't that so much about the story of America, that it's what people do before that make it so much easier for those of us who come after? And
well, that was the year I was born.
well, I think I hate you already. No, I'm just kidding. I was a young boy when this happened, but
Yeah.
I knew it was happening at the time it was happening. And to be honest with you, I didn't run into my first run-in with the segregation or with the differences between black kids and white kids and all that until 3 years later. 1963 is the first time I really even realized there was a difference. And I guess that might have been a tribute to my parents, the way they brought us up. But it hit us, and it hit us really hard. And none of us, there were probably 50 white kids and 8 or 10 black kids on a bus going to Reno when this thing occurred. And to their credit, everybody on that bus stood up for these kids who were being maligned. And it kind of felt good, but it was the first real run-in I had with this whole issue. I guess I was lucky.
Yeah, I really appreciate that story.
I can't hear. Is someone speaking?
I really appreciate that story as well. And what comes to mind is how important the economic aspect is in terms of helping people to do what's right. And your father was very wise to use that point, and also politics. But there must have been a lot of prayer behind it as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're here facing all kinds of technological challenges, but we're learning every moment as we go. This is the first time we've tried to talk to the world from Las Vegas, but we're here. I guess we're up and running good again. And this part of the panel, and I want to thank Brian Greenspun for stepping up to the plate and carrying on the work of his father, frankly, through the Las Vegas Sun newspaper. We're so fortunate to have a person with a publishing company with a heart such as yours. So the next part of this panel, we're gonna go deep. A lot of people don't know why this conversation is even necessary. A lot of the young people can't understand how we got to be in the place where we are racially in America, actually. So we're going to ask the representatives from the American Slaves Incorporated. We have with us 3 very well-spoken people who devoted their life work to dealing with racism and race relations and bringing about a betterment for what we know now as African American people. We're going to be listening to Dr. Norris Shelton, who's published 16 books on the subject, to Prime Minister Gerald Higginbotham from American Slave Nations, and from Commissioner Kathleen Parks out of Kentucky. So we want to welcome Dr. Norris Shelton to the conference. And Dr. Shelton, where are you? Let's see, are you still with us? Are you there, Dr. Shelton? I can't see you, but I can hear you. Am I hearing Dr. Shelton? Okay, well then perhaps we'll start with Dr. Higginbotham, since Dr. Shelton, is he there? Oh, there he is. Dr. Shelton, let me try unmuting you. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Dr. Shelton. I'm having trouble reading him. What do you think is the problem with Dr. Shelton's connection?
You breaking up, Mr. Norris.
Mr. Norris, are you coming through your telephone or through your video system, sir? Okay, well, let's try bringing him back in a minute. Dr. Higginbotham, why don't you pick up for Dr. Shelton until he comes back in?
Good morning, distinguished panel. How are you? Just wave. Can you hear me? There we go. We got connection. I'm Dr. Gerald. Mr. Norris keeps going in and out, so he's trying to speak.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I think I'll just mute him for now, and then when you're done with yours, we'll try to bring him back in. How's that part? How's that sound?
Fantastic.
Okay, go ahead, Prime Minister.
Hi, my name is Dr. Gerald Higginbotham. I'm the Prime Minister of the American Slave Nation. I represent the 21 million descendants of slaves here in the United States. And I'm so honored to be on this call. I want to say a special shout out to the last speaker that spoke regarding how this all came into being. I had just arrived on the planet in 1958. So I thank those who have gone before us. But today I'm asked to talk about where are we? Where are we? And I want to stay obedient to that question. And the second is, what is our destination and how do we get there? I'm quite good at this, being a commercial airline captain for the largest airliners in the world, of moving people from A to B and looking at it from that critical eye. Where we are in our society right now, America has failed. It's a society that is out of balance, and it violates many laws of nature, God's law. And anytime you're out of balance over a period of time, it leads to destruction, ultimate destruction, and that's where we are headed. Our healthcare system is failing. We have political suicide right now. The economic system has crashed over the last week or two. So our country, America, is in dire need right now. The good news is that we have shifted now from an industrial-based society to the information age. So it's a new paradigm. And the American slave nation has been focusing on fixing the foundation in America. That's one reason why the American Slave Inc. Foundation was created, because you have to fix the foundation first. A nation will only be as strong as its foundation. And if you got a weak foundation, it finds us where we are today. We're in trouble because we lack spiritual leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership, everything. And America has lost its moral vision. And a nation that's not governed by morality is a nation that's headed for abyss. But the good news, God said the last shall be first. America bred slaves in this country. It created a culture, the American slave. And America has been a deadbeat parent to its firstborn and to its descendants. And so we have to begin to honor and acknowledge that culture so we can begin to heal the foundation. And so the American slave system has been set up, the American Slave Foundation, to begin to repair the foundation of our nation. We have to fix the foundation right now. We've been off course. And then we can begin to put things on top of that foundation to heal this country. God is Alpha and Omega. He's the beginning and the end. He is the first and the last, and he's already finished it. But he's called us, those that are on this forum, to help to fulfill that end. And so I'm so glad that people are talking about it. Economic is part of it. It is the most important, one of the most important things to helping to influence society. But the political process has been influencing the economics. But that system now has crashed too. We've got a lot of issues out in Wall Street, issues in Washington, but the American slave nation, we are now stepping up to help to fix our problems in our communities. And so we've been focusing on Louisville, Kentucky, as well as Las Vegas. This is a spiritual movement. It is time to fix our nation. We are the ones that must do it. He said the last shall be first, and the first shall be last. And the last culture that has been birthed into God's human family is the American slave culture. We have to recognize that now. That culture has to be made whole first. And as we put this process in place, we all unite as one, because that's what nations do. The American slave nation is in place. It has its constitution. It has its Declaration of Independence. And we have been coming together to help to solve together to help to fix it. Because as we fix America, we can fix the whole world. Thanks for listening. I was limited to 2 minutes. I hope I didn't go over.
Well, you're not limited to 2 minutes, Dr. Higginbotham. I just want you to take a breath so we can ask some questions. But actually, I'd like for Dr. Kathleen Parks Commissioner Kathleen Parks to weigh in now on your conversation, because she's also with American slaves, and she has been working very closely with Mr. Norris Shelton, Dr. Norris Shelton there. So we got to get Kathleen Parks right up now. Kathleen, are you with us?
Thank you.
Looks like she may have her picture disappeared. Are you there, Kathleen? So let's see if we can bring Norris Shelton back then. Oh, was that her? Okay. Commissioner Parks.
I hear you.
We hear you. You're coming through a little garble, but we do hear you.
Oh.
It looks like we're not getting a good feed out of Kentucky. Something must be going on down there with our. So does anyone have any questions for Dr. Higginbotham while we're waiting for Kentucky to come back online?
I just want to concur with what Dr. Higginbotham did share with us at the end, that historically, America has failed in its historical relationship, because I feel that relationship between white and black is a historical relationship. If we just feel that that we're all people of some sort of religious background or spiritual backgrounds, and we know that the Creator has created all of us. And if He created all of us, that means that we have interwoven relationship that we have not fulfilled yet, according to what the Creator probably would want it to be. And so America is so vitally important in that process, because America is the only nation that has brought every race and every nationality in one sovereign land like it is, and that we're interfacing with each other. But I don't think we have substantially fulfilled the relationships that it should have been, and seeing the importance of those who came over as slaves and their true contribution to this great nation. And as Mr. The gentleman, sorry, that just spoke about his father, and he made it very clear that those that when he was in Moulin Rouge, and his father was there, and the service he received was so overwhelming. What does that indicate? That indicates that that those slaves had they had a great contribution to the whole service industry that he said he didn't even see in Las Vegas. But I just want to concur with what Dr. Higginbotham said. I thought that he was correct, and I appreciate those words that he shared.
Thank you. In fact, Kathleen Park, are you back? I see you moving. Okay. Well, it is in order to fix America, we have to fix the foundation. It's critical. The foundation determines what can last, how long, and what can be built on it. We live in a great country. I was also asked, where are we going? Well, we are in the promised land right now. But the American slave culture, the descendants of American slaves, they're stepping up now so we can do our part, but it's going to take all of us working together to fix this thing. Processes are in place. American slaving, we're launching our culture and business incubators so we can begin to train and develop. We're taking the folks to the information age. We're in a new system right now. And so we've helped to create that new social, political, and economic system. But the first piece before we do anything is we have to fix the foundation. And by creating these culture incubators, it's going to make it happen. We can all learn from each other. My ancestors helped build this nation. And so it's about teamwork will make the dream work. But the American slave culture is critical in this process. It is their turn and it's their time. It's about the identity. And this 2020 census, I'm having as many people as possible write in American slave. There's only two groups in the Constitution, two races, Indian and slaves. The Indians got their nationality, their identity, but the American slave didn't. We've been called slaves, colored, Negro, Black, African Americans. It's been an identity issue. And if we are all in this together, that culture has to be acknowledged because that was one of America's firstborn. It was her first culture that she bred to build this great nation. I'm not an African American. African American is a United States immigration term for the whites and blacks who were birthed on the continent that legally came here and nationalized. The American slaves were bred here on those 7 states. America created a culture, and she has oppressed that group. And America's being oppressed right now. The laws of nature, they do work. We're seeing them right now in real time. But the thing is, the good news is that we have the processes in place to begin to heal America, to make it whole again. I know that's new information to new people, but this information has always been known. It has never been taught. It has to be taught in our school systems. American slave history. That's why I'm glad Commissioner, First Lady of Reparation, she'll be teaching American slave history at Bellum University. That's historical. That has never happened in our society. It's a first, and that's why I'm so proud of Dr. Norris for what he has done. This gentleman has laid the foundation. He's written 16 books on American slavery. We all can learn to see what has happened so we can heal our nation and we all can be made whole. We have to do it now. The time is right now.
Does anyone have a question for Dr. Higginbotham? We're having trouble getting feeds from Louisville, Kentucky. I don't know what's going on down there in Louisville. I hear they're giving Mitch McConnell a run for his money. Maybe he's fighting back. I don't know. So, but we need to hear from Louisville because they're really in a struggle down there. That's where Dr. Norris Shelton has been doing most of his work for his 82 years. I believe he's 82 years old. And gosh, just reading his work and understanding his struggle. Are you there, Dr. Shelton? I can hear him come in a little bit, but they got the airwaves blocked down there some kind of way.
I'll try and reach out with Dr. Shelton by phone so I can bring him into the line. Stand by.
Kathleen Parks. I don't know why we haven't been able to get. Maybe they can call out and come back in again. Okay. So I was really quite moved by Dr. Shelton's work on the American's Little Black Book. Because even though I myself had lived through some form of slavery, I guess being born on a slave plantation, his words sort of just wrapped it up and put it all together and made me understand that we are a new race of people here in America. And the label minority puts us in with women, and when we are Negroes, anyone who has dark skin in the world is one of us. And when we're with the colored people, we're in the same pool with the Koreans and the Hispanic
Never
people.
do a research on
And
the
African
host.
American, I find
Never
myself
research
in
the host.
dialogue with newly
Okay.
arriving immigrants
So,
from Nigeria and from Cameroon, my
you
brothers
know, it
and
would
sisters there.
not
So
never
when we
restart
can
the host.
convene a
Never,
panel
ever.
that
Leave
just
it
talks
to the
about the
host.
descendants of the
Okay.
victims of the transatlantic
So,
slave trade, it talks
do the
about me and
hold
talks
on.
about my people. And Dr. Shelton says, you're all American, not necessarily, you're not African American, but you're all American, and you're thoroughbred, and we should claim that as our new
So you
American
want to go into
identity,
the
that is
virtual
being
machine, which
all
is a
American.
server.
So I'd like to hear
Let
what
me
other
check
people
and see
think about
what's
that.
going on, but I didn't get the work that was. So let me take a quick.
Want to stay on the speaker because I can patch you. I can bring you in on my phone too if you can't get in.
Coming. All right. All right.
You're thoroughbred, and we should claim that as our new American identity.
All right. I'm streaming an Uber conference with panel participants throughout the country for the Moulin Rouge in Las Vegas on the YouTube.
I'm also trying to patch
I'm
Mr.
actually
Norris
streaming
into
our conference and phone call on YouTube Live. And we got to.
Yeah, I see it. And I see Norris calling in too now.
No. I got it.
How about if I bring you in on my phone so that they can be able to hear you through my computer system right now?
No. I'll take a look at it. Call me back in 5 minutes. Not a big deal. This is a 5-hour event. All right.
While we're waiting for these technical challenges to get ironed out, I want to talk a little about the First Lady of Reparations, Ms. Kathleen Park. She is currently sitting on the County Commission, District C, I believe, they're in Louisville. And she has been involved with several national civil rights organizations, the Congress on Racial Equality, the National Action Network.
Let me bring you in on my phone now because she's talking about you. I'm trying to get Kathleen on the phone right now so I can patch her in.
So her system just had a complete heart attack.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, Dr. Shelton's on.
Dr. Shelton, welcome.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you, Dr. Norris.
Well, thank you. Good. I'll make this brief simply because I might get cut off. My name is Norris Shelton. I'm the president of American Slaves, Inc. We are an organization that was brought into existence in 2001 to represent the American slave culture. The American slave culture was bred intentionally in America starting in 1619. In 1865, American slaves were released from the womb of slavery into America's economic society in ignorance, without leadership, no direction. We are currently misidentified in America as African Americans. I want to make this clear to the world. American slaves are not African Americans. African American is legal terminology used by the immigration services to identify immigrants from Africa when they enter America to make money. The same as they do it, German Americans, Chinese Americans, Italian Americans, so on and so on. American slaves are not immigrants. We are the only born culture of America. We are America's only offspring. And now we have a plan how to enter mainstream America. And I want to say to everybody, welcome, welcome, welcome to the American slave movement. We're in good shape. We're moving forward. And since people like Catherine and Kathleen and Dr. Higginbotham and even you online that I don't know, since you've joined the movement, things are looking bright for descendants of American slaves. I just want to say, we're here to make this work, American Slaves Inc. We are the foundation on which the American slave culture will be built. And I appreciate everybody that's helping our people. And we're ready to move forward. So thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to be on this program. Back to you.
Kathleen, let me patch you in. Let me patch you in, Kathleen.
Well, how are you, Dr. Higginbotham?
Awesome +1, sir. And listen, I got Kathleen. I'm gonna bring her up on the line.
Good, good.
Kathleen, try talking on this line. Your phone is ringing in the background.
All right, can you hear me?
Can everybody hear Miss Kathleen? Everybody's throwing a thumbs up, Miss Kathleen. You got the floor.
Yeah.
All right, sorry for the technical difficulties. I don't know what's going on. But at any rate, thank you so much for having me on today as part of this conference representing Louisville as a model city for the American slave culture in America. I had a PowerPoint, but what I'll do is I'll just talk through it. Can everyone hear me?
Everybody can hear you. They're shaking their heads and thumbing up.
All right, good, fantastic. And maybe you'll see my face later on. This is a pivotal time in history. I'm the Jefferson County Commissioner of Louisville, Kentucky, First Lady of Reparations for American Slaves, Inc. And the American slave culture, the question posed is, how are we? In 2020, real time, during the coronavirus pandemic, the American slave culture has finally reached its cornerstone in history. We have finally reached the cornerstone in history in real time, 2020. There are three things, three goals and objectives that I, the First Lady, have identified in terms of Louisville utilizing Louisville, Kentucky as a model city. And I use the acronym EMS. EMS. Emergency Medical Services is the acronym. And it stands for the American slave culture is in need of emergency medical services. Educate, motivate, and stimulate. Is everybody with me?
Turn off your speaker in the background, Miss Kathleen.
There's no speaker on. Turn my speaker. Okay. I turned the speaker off on the phone. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, because your background is, yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me now. Let me go back over what the three goals and objectives are.
We heard.
Utilizing, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Utilizing
No, not that one. That's too. I know that. I'm talking about to the administrative desktop on the whole.
Shelton's hometown, because he was raised most of his life in Louisville. And I'm using the acronym
not that you
EMS.
had it written down, and I can't see it right now.
Emergency Medical Services. And my thesis is the American slave culture is in need.
You had it written down in the book.
Emergency medical services.
I gave you the password.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Educate,
it's the host.
Motivate, and stimulate.
Yes.
And the first goal is to educate. For the first time in history, in real time, American Slave History 101 will be taught both in the classroom and online at Bellarmine University by adjunct professor, First Lady Kathleen Parks. I'm very excited about this. This is a breakthrough that the American slave movement has been needing for decades, for a century, and it's finally coming to fruition. So this is a very exciting time. Dr. Norris, Shelton, and myself, we will be meeting with the Vice President, Provost at Bellarmine University, probably online in the next week or so, because we were going to meet with him face to face, but due to the pandemic,
That's it. Yeah, yes, I got it.
there's no
Exclamation
one on
mark.
campus, and we're
I keep
all
forgetting
basically on lockdown at this particular time. But he's very excited about the course being taught at Bellarmine, and so are we. So that's the goal number one. Goal number two, are you with me? Hello?
Yes, we're with you.
Hello?
I'm here. We're with you.
Hello?
We are with you. Keep continuing.
Yes, we're here. And Dr. Parks, you know, we're so happy to, could she hear me at all? Could she, she's coming through here?
No, she can't.
Hello?
Okay, so we've got 1 minute until our first scheduled break.
We've got 1 minute to our first scheduled break, Kathleen.
And I would like for this panel to,
Get through this.
okay, so if we can all go a little bit.
On our radio show, WMOU, 104.7 FM and 1350 AM, the top news radio show Unleashed. Information on the progress of the American slave movement is shared through a nationally syndicated broadcast every Thursday afternoon from 1 o'clock p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And moreover, America's Little Black Book and other books written by Dr. Shelton are read on the air to galvanize the masses. And then the last goal is to stimulate. And what do we mean by that?
Well, let's do that, because we do have to go for our scheduled break at 12:45. Dr. Parks, you gotta come back after the break. She's gotta come back after the break.
Stimulate the American slave economy
Stand by.
through the creation of business incubators in Louisville and throughout the nation. I hope you all were able to hear me. There's a lot of technical difficulties that's going on. I hope you can hear me.
We heard you, and thank you so much for that. We're ready to take the first break.
And please make sure she needs to come back after the break so that she can continue her dialogue.
Technical difficulties aren't out
Right.
during the break.
Because they want to hear you back after the break. Thank you,
All
Ms.
right, thank you. Okay.
And we'll see you all back at
All right,
1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And thank you all so much.
I'm looking at the error logs, Danny. I see no problems in the error logs either.
Come again?
I see no errors in the error log. And I'm
Are we taking down the stream? Are we gonna let it stream or take it down? We're supposed to throw up the sponsors.
okay, no problem. Call me back if you need anything.
Good afternoon.
Just checking in on the conference. Ricky Towers.
Okay. Everyone, Ricky, they're on just took a couple minute
On the
break.
24th of April?
Perfect. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
You want to take down the YouTube stream during the break?
No problem, man.
Let it run? Okay.
Well, all right, no problem, man.
Dr.
Let me know.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead.
All right, thanks a
Yes,
lot,
sir.
Danny. Give me a call. All right.
Yes, sir. Dr. Higginbotham's here. Dr. Shelton?
Doc, give me a call.
Okay, I'm calling you.
Yes.
Put your mic on mute.
Yeah, give me a phone call.
Okay.
A-OK. Catherine. Kitty.
Yes.
Hey. All right.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, you there?
Yes.
So you need a little bit more light on your face because you're kind of dark.
Okay. Well, I've been moved 3 times today, so
So
I shall be
you
moved
seem to
again.
be working where you're at. Bring some light to you and put it behind the camera, behind the screen, so it projects on you. Basic lighting, 3-point lighting in different places, but since you don't have 3 different lights, just get one behind the camera.
Maybe we just need to reposition it. Just pull it down some, Mike. Just pull the light down that's already there. You don't have to move the whole thing. Just put this thing right here down. This comes down. Does that come down?
So not low enough.
Let us know what it's.
Can you all see me now?
I hear you, Dr. Park. Commissioner, I hear you, but I don't see
me.
you. Not yet.
No.
I'm on.
No. Do you have your video camera going? Catherine?
Yeah. I mean, I can see everything.
It's still really dark.
You're still kind of dark down there because you have on a dark top too, Catherine. Because you have on a dark top, it exclamates that. So you need to get some light down there.
Hello?
Miss Park, how you doing? Hello?
I'm all right. I see you guys. Can you all see me?
No, your camera's not broadcasting.
Hello?
Your camera is not broadcasting.
Wow. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I'm going to go all the way back out and come back in.
Carl, how is it you're the only one that's got lunch? What's that? What are you eating there?
Well, I missed lunch by almost 4 hours.
So you're down there in Florida. Welcome. Good to see you on board, Mr. Skytrain.
Yeah, this is a pretty neat experience.
It's neat and challenging. It's our first time, and so we got a lot of glitches, but as we're doing it, we're working them all out. We will not be stopped. No
Sure.
weapon formed against us shall prosper. Now it's lighting that's the challenge, but we got to get that straight too. I got a feeling.
Yeah, I didn't realize my office was so dark. But it depends on the camera, obviously. This is a laptop camera.
Seems to be watching you guys. This camera is seeing what you guys are doing right now. Huh? You done? I mean, I can see you. How come this camera's working all of a sudden? Oh, God. It's okay. So you want me to kill that camera? Are you guys gonna put me on a different computer, sir? Then the background was gonna be bad, so.
Katie, I see that your background really decent, and all the light must be behind you, Katie. You hear that?
What was that?
I said all the all the light must be behind you.
All the light needs to be behind me?
No, the light is right now behind you.
All my light is behind me? I don't know if that's good or
Yeah.
not, but it sounds like a doomsday, all my light is behind me. Ooh.
Yeah, that means they can see the background and they can see very little of you.
They can see
your
very little.
outline more than any.
They're working on it now.
Let me.
Actually, they're rearranging the whole room and they're gonna put me in a different location in just a second.
Okay.
That's what I'm told.
Okay, well, I'm watching.
Kathleen, are you there
Whatever
back? I can't see you, but I see that you're in. I just can't see your face. Dr. Shelton, are you still with us? No. I see Sylvie still there. No.
Yes, I
am. I really enjoyed your opening this morning. Thank you again.
Merci, Catherine. I'm very honored to be a part of this event. You know, human rights are very important to me, as you know. Okay.
Yeah. Miss Moulin Rouge is what we're going to call you. Miss France.
Okay, I'm muting my my microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to you. And
Okay,
thanks to everybody who talked. Well, it's really interesting. Thank you.
So when we come back, we're going to have the Universal Peace Federation is going to be leading the panel. It's going to be Sarah Harano from the Women's Federation for World Peace, Zachary Oliver, Kathleen Parks will be joining you on the panel. And I believe Antonio Bowen is going to be joining on the panel. If he's still here. Antonio, I don't know if he's going to be able to come back in or not, but I'm hoping he will.
Hello. Are you there, Paige?
So you ready for me to move to a different computer? Is that it? You really need to get the participants' bios on. So where am I on? So I'm not signing it. Yeah. Try to come back November. Now I'm green. See it over there. That's what the screens. Color of the screen. I'm not here for so it's still kind of. It's still that. Is that better? It's still pretty dark. Huh? Okay, we're back in 1 minute. Right? 1 minute, we're back. We gotta get the UPS people back in the room. Where's the UPS now? Why can't I hear?
Got it. It's 13 hours.
Good to see you, Katie. Glad to see you. Katie, you're so bright now. It looks like you just graduated from college. I can't hear you, Katie.
Good
Hear
afternoon.
something.
Good afternoon, Ricky Towers, Las Vegas. Am I in on the call?
Now I hear you.
Who am I?
Clear.
Who am I speaking with?
This is Carl Comfort.
Carl?
Yes, Carl. You haven't talked to me since this morning.
Are you calling from Tennessee? This is the Chattanooga call?
Yep. It's a little better, but you could be a little louder. I don't know where your mic is.
Is this the Chattanooga, Tennessee call? Carl?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Ask again.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Yes.
And in the upper left-hand picture.
Oh, okay. I'm on
Something
the
with lighting and then we lost sound. So can everyone hear Katie? And raise your
Yes.
hand if you can hear me.
Yes, Ricky Las
Okay,
Vegas.
great. So thank you all for coming back. We are starting this session with the Universal Peace Federation. We're expecting Ms. Leslie Rigney, who's the Executive Director of the Universal Peace Federation, Ms. Sarah Hirano with the Women's Federation for World Peace, and along with Zachary Oliver, who's also with the Universal Peace Federation out of the Washington Times in Washington, D.C. And I believe Commissioner Kathleen Parks out of Kentucky is also going to be joining this panel. So is everyone here that's on the panel? Let's see, Sarah, I can unmute you. Leslie, why don't you go ahead and get us started? And Dr. Oliver. Okay, now I cannot hear them.
Now we can't hear you, Leslie.
I can't hear Leslie. Can anyone hear Leslie?
No, I can't hear her, no.
We heard her.
No, I can't hear it.
Leslie, we can't hear you.
Is she calling in? Is she calling in or is she on a?
Leslie, I can see her loud and clear. She's having a system failure. I'm going to unmute your mic, Leslie, and mute it again. No, Leslie, we cannot hear you. Sarah, how are you doing? Are you there?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we're having trouble getting Leslie feed in her
I was
audio
just gonna
feed.
call her.
So if you could, while we're waiting for Leslie to handle her technical difficulties, Sarah, why don't you tell us a bit about your organization, the Women's Federation for World Peace, and the role you played in race relations and resolving conflict, actually.
All right. I'd be happy to do that, Catherine. I just wanted to text Leslie and let her know her mic was unplugged or something. She was fine earlier. Okay. I would like to explain about Women's Federation for World Peace for everybody on the conference today. I expected to come in after Universal Peace Federation, but I will explain. Women's Federation for World Peace
It's out of order.
is a United Nations NGO. We've been there since 1995, and we're in 180 countries around the world. Our co-founders are Dr. Reverend Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, and they've worked tirelessly for peace throughout their lives and careers, establishing a movement, like I said, in well over 180 countries. But one of the organizations that has come from that movement is the Women's Federation for World Peace. I was in Seoul, Korea in 1992 when this organization was inaugurated. I was familiar with Dr. Moon's work previous to this organization being established, and it really spoke to me as a woman, trying to understand more the principles of peace, because I believe Dr. Zachary Oliver, I believe, Reverend Oliver will speak a little bit about principles of peace from UPF's great wealth of resources. But I couldn't really understand how it applied to women in a more concrete way, in a more leadership kind of way, until I encountered Women's Federation for World Peace, until this was inaugurated. So Women's Federation, our vision is to empower women with knowledge, with skills and supportive community to discover their unique value and bring lasting peace. So women are not the same creature as men. We have a different style, perception, heart, way of doing things. And I'm not saying that everybody is not able to lead in the same way. No, we can. We can lead in different styles. But overall, in general, women have a different perspective on life. And our mission is women working together to establish a culture of heart. And in the family and the community, the nation, and the world, in order to achieve genuine and sustainable peace under God. So I say the styles of leadership that women may be considered to be more emotive or more concerned with the ongoings of the heart. Not to say that men are not. I'm not trying to divide here the genders. I'm not trying to divide at all. But what we see is that women have different capacity for things, and men have a capacity for something else. And together, we can really reinforce the heart and the impact when we work together for good. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about sustainable peace. We have, I can show you a few things. There is we've been in the United Nations for, what is it now, 35 years. So this is our biennial report here. And I'm sorry, it's going to be reversed in the camera, but we have to submit this and keep that status on we're on the Social Economic Council at the United Nations. We're in a general consultative status. I do not work in the UN office. I want to make that clear. I just work here in Las Vegas. But we are very connected, and we are very much do things as a team, internationally, nationally, at the United Nations, in the European office, in the Asian office. But here we have Global Friends. We support women's groups all around the globe, making a Global Women's Peace Network that now in 2019 was established in 5 subregions of the United States. Here is our parallel summit at the CSW, the Consensus on the Status of Women, that is held every year at the United Nations. And Women's Federation does a Horizons Summit, which is happening at the CSW. So we have 10 schools in Africa that were also established in the early 90s. This is our Schools of Africa information. And we, all over the globe, support these schools of Africa, particularly the regions in the United States. We feel that is very critical work as sustainable peace builders. We also, we believe that marriage is really critical between a man and a woman, that we can have natural biological children. Most the most sustainable way. We have a Become a Friend movement here, where people can log on and become a friend. People will receive a Logic of Love newsletter. And this is something that I want to share with you. The founders sorry, I can't find it. We want to understand, because I very, very much am moved by Dr. Shelton and by Catherine Duncan. We're here today to talk about reconciliation, and I believe we'll be talking more later, but I'm very happy to be reading Dr. Shelton's material, and being a very, Catherine Duncan's a very dear friend to me, and I can really understand more and more about the heart and the longing of an identity that everybody is speaking about today. So I want to be able to give you this quote from our founder, and that is that history is calling for reconciliation, compassion, love, service, and sacrifice. Today's problems cannot be solved by the logic of power. Our present problems can only be solved by the logic of love. So through service, education, and reconciliation, Women's Federation seeks to really heal these broken hearts, broken people, broken lives. And as you said, the identity of the descendants of American slaves is really critical to fixing this foundation that, as you said, America did not have a flawless foundation. It had tremendous wrongs, and that was woven into the fabric of this country, and that has to be taken apart and healed. So I believe that what we're doing here, talking about reconciliation, especially with such a poignant and very recent example as the Moulin Rouge, we can really understand here in Las Vegas that we have a wonderful model of coming together, of making agreements, and giving some voice to the community that is really, I suppose, in my case, through Catherine, able to speak up and speak out about what is it that we need to address, and taking real action steps to bring a new paradigm into being. So that's something that our Bridge of Peace also is very much part of, this kind of action step. And I would like to explain about that later on. Thank you very much. That's just a brief introduction for Women's Federation here in our local chapter, and our chairwomen across the country. There's 35 chapters, and then in various nations around the world. Each place also strives to pinpoint needs and to serve those needs as the skills and characters of the chairwoman and the team, the members of that city or that location, can address those different needs. Everyone is free to set their own priorities as far as their geographic location is wanting. So we are really truly blessed to be working together and to be hearing and educating each other. I think it's just invaluable. It's very crucial for this country. It's crucial for our families, for the work that we are striving to do, to see a better country, to see a better America, better communities and families. And I think when we do come together and educate each other like this, it is possible to heal this country and move forward in a very, very powerful, very blessed way. I believe God is really with the people who want to come together, who want to talk, who want to solve these issues before they destroy more people. And
yes, Sarah. Sarah, we hear you. You're coming through very heartfully. We feel your emotions there. I think we got to get Leslie back now. Leslie, are you back with us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well now. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, that was beautiful, Sarah. I really appreciate your expansive view of what you've been doing with Women's Federation for almost 30 years. And Universal Peace Federation was started in 2005 by Reverend and Mrs. Moon for the purpose of bringing more of a spiritual guidance to the UN. That the UN needs is the guidance of the spiritual leaders. So we've been working in Universal Peace Federation to bring together religious leaders, political leaders, and civic leaders to really work together and to follow principles of peace to make a difference. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over some slides, PowerPoint, talking about the fundamental framework of the principles of peace. Can you see the slides on the? Can you see them there? Am I sharing properly? No. Can you pull them up, Zachary? Are you able to pull them up?
You have to share your desktop. On the left-hand side, there's a blue bar, and at the bottom, group of icons right above the headphones is share your screen.
Yeah, I can see where it says share the screen, but
click share your screen.
Okay, so while we're waiting for Leslie to get through learning that process, why don't we hear from Dr. Oliver, Zachary Oliver, so that we can stay on time. Leslie, Steve, will you walk Leslie through that sharing of her screen, and then we'll bring in Dr. Oliver.
Yes, thank you. I originally was going to give that presentation, but I thought it would be feasible for Leslie to do that. I appreciate everything that has been said. I just wanted to look at this whole restoration, reconciliation part between, especially Black and white. First of all, I'm the Universal Vice President nationally, and my focus is Africa, Caribbean, and also dealing with the racial problem in America. And I look at it, if once you look at these principles of peace, you see that that everything is in God's divine order and divine hand. And that the word providence, when I say providence, providence only means, can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. She's finally got a PowerPoint.
She has it up. Is that me or you? Who is?
That's her.
Can you?
We can see you.
Can you see me, or am I?
We can see you. You're in the back screen with the
All
PowerPoint.
right, I can see you, and we can also see Leslie's slideshow.
Screen.
You're on the bottom in the box, and her pictures,
speaks,
everything. You're both there.
Whoever speaks, their voice comes up. Their picture
so because I
comes up in
can't
the
see,
bottom.
all of a sudden I can't see.
Okay.
And so the why don't you let her do the principles of peace then, if the screen is up, and then I can share a little bit about that as it relates to the various topics that we have been discussing.
Go ahead, Leslie. Leslie, we can see your presentation, but we cannot hear you.
you can't hear me now?
Now we can. Here you go. Now we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so the principles of peace we present in three parts. The first part is a vision for peace, which is formation values of humankind, formational values of humankind. These are universal values. Two, the root cause of conflict, the origin of selfishness. And three is the principles of reconciliation, building a world of peace. So I'm going to discuss part 3 today, which is the principles of reconciliation, building a world of peace. So where does peace begin? As in UNESCO Constitution, it says, since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. And from the President of India, it says, where there is righteousness in the heart, there is harmony in the home. Where there is harmony in the house, there is order in the nations. When there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. So how do we change our nature? So, conservative position, and then we have the current reality. Restoration says an effort to reverse lost. So it means we have to take responsibility by correct errors and to overcome prejudices. So, what was forward? Step one: meditation, study of scripture, sexual purity, and obedience to God. Step two: connect with others. As in Matthew 5:23-24, it says, "You are offering your gift at the altar, and there remember has something against you. Leave your gift there at the altar and go. First, be reconciled to your, and then come and offer your gift." Love your enemies. Love is the only thing that can turn an enemy into a. We never get rid of an enemy by meeting hate with hate. We get rid of an enemy by getting rid of enmity. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And Mahatma Gandhi said, "An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind." And Reverend Moon said, "Peace is possible only when one tells the opponent, 'I live for your sake.'" Here he is meeting with the man who imprisoned him in a death camp for 2.5 years, Kim Il-sung. And he met with him, and he was gave him financial and substantial help in North Korea. This is Nelson Mandela saying, "If you want to make peace with your enemy, work with him. Then he will become your partner." And he is with Mr. de Klerk, and they were originally enemies. Now they're working together. And now they're working together in spirit. Okay, and love each other. Learn and practice God's word in relationship with others. The Christianity in 1 John 2:9, but hates his brother is still in the dark. Our brother lives in the light. And in Islam 4, it says, "Let there arise out of people, inviting to all that is good, and doing what is right and forbidding what is wrong. They are the ones to peace and prosperity." And in Hindu, the Rig Veda 10:191, "Let your aims be common and your hearts of one accord, and all of you be of one mind, so you may live together." And in Confucius, it says, when the personal life is, family will be regulated. When the family is ready, the state will be in order. When the state is in order, there will be peace throughout the world. So there are archetypes of conflict. We're most familiar with Cain and Abel. So God wanted Cain and Abel to love each other. He said, "If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is couching at your door, but you must master it." So in these archetypes of conflict, Abel loved God, but could not win the heart of his brother, who was consumed with resentment. Abel had God's blessing, but did not try to share it with his brother. Cain, on the other hand, was consumed with resentment over perceived injustice, not seeing his brother from God's point of view. Unable to control his anger, he killed his brother. What should have happened? Abel should have been humble, although chosen by God. He should have recognized that his brother was also loved by God. He must serve his brother to overcome his resentment, and he must be ready to forgive and reconcile. Cain overcame resentment due to rejection. He needs to recognize his brother's value. He needs to rejoice in his brother's success. He needs to be ready to forgive and reconcile. And I want to mention here that Reverend Moon saw the religious leaders of our country key to everything. And he saw the descendants of American slaves as the religious leaders who were in the able position. So we have worked more closely with the descendants of American slaves than we have with white ministers for this reason. So a choice we all face: resolve or repeat past conflicts. So unresolved problems will be passed on to future generations, and in most cases become more deeply ingrained and more difficult to solve. So the principles of conflict resolution is self-reflection and reorientation. Take responsibility for one's contribution to the conflict. Consider how one might have dealt with the problem differently. Take action. Work to understand whatever caused the other to feel hurt and violated. Be open to reconciliation. Seek to correct past injustices. Reconciliation and renewal. Give up the urge to retaliate. Forgive and accept forgiveness. Resolve to change oneself, realizing that this is the only way to help the other to change. So implications for ambassadors for peace. Show concern for both sides. Respect the integrity of both sides. Gain trust from both sides by treating each fairly. Guide both sides to move beyond the position of blame and accusation against the other, and aim for a win-win outcome. Thank you very much. And now I hope that Zachary can give his views. He's had very amazing experience in many ways. He's worked nationally, internationally, to work on peace projects and to bring people together. And currently he's a national faith-based empowerment coalition president. And also he's the president of Bridging the Gap, Creating Leadership for World Peace and Social Change, vice president, and Leadership and Global Development and Caribbean for the Universal Peace Federation. I give you Henry James Oliver. Thank you very much.
Yeah, could you bring your screen down? Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I don't know how long that I have, so I'll be very short. Well, I would thank you.
You got about another 15 minutes.
Okay, great. The giving the principles of peace. I would like to start off with Higginbotham's and Botham's, and the slave nation's perspective, which I concur with from the angle of the need and necessary, or the responsibility, or the significance of those who came over as slaves. But I would like to say this: what God has told me is that he knew that if he can take the African from Africa and cultivate him through a suffering route similar to the Israelites, that he would rise to become a person who would value, do unto others as others do unto you, what you would like others to do unto you. So that, I feel, is indicative of this slave culture, if you will. I always ask people a question. You know, they've always said the African American should overcome resentment. But I have a different spin on that. I asked the question, if they were so resentful, then you tell me a notable that history has to write it, right? Like history is written about American Indians who have massacred the slave owners. It's not written. And that to me is an indicative of who, or the heart of the people that was cultivated through this 400-year process is, and who they really are. Because there's no recorded history of us, of those people who came over as slaves. So they have a providential mission. And my other point I would like to share is that the word providence, as I was sharing before, only means that God is working throughout history to navigate through history to make a change according to his will. And we know that God's will, as the parent of all humankind, has always been to bring restoration and salvation to his people. And through the principles of peace is talking about, if you look through the Bible, all of the significant game changers and linchpin relationships were centered always on two brothers, Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau, Ishmael and Isaac. And for some reason, those relationships were always imperative for some significant change. And so when I look at America, as the slave nation has shared, when I look at America, I can see that when you look at America, actually that what I call personally, from my spiritual understanding, you have two brothers in America, two significant opposites, one black and white, and everybody else is in between. When you mention black and white in America, it reverberates all over the world. So what if we change that? And as the principles of peace says, take responsibility for one's contribution to the conflict. So even in those principles of restoration, it was talking about God sets up the platform that we take responsibility for our actions, and according to those actions, if we do it according to God's will, we will make substantive change and we will defeat the enemies in high places that will want to keep us in conflict, that wants to see us in battle and war with one another. But there are restorational principles that comes from God that we have to use in order to restore this world. And the Black people play a significant role in that restoration process. And so when I look at America, I see two brothers that God set up. Because whatever the Black brother and the white brother does in America, it affects the whole world. It's no coincidence you have a Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King to me is the epitome of the slave culture, because he rose up from the culture of slavery and was able to put the world to their knees by God speaking through him. That's no coincidence. That is by design. Are essential. Because if those two brothers come together, if white take responsibility for their reconciliation part, and then the Black take responsibility for their reconciliation part, and they come together, they will be what? They will be the model for the world to follow. Because what America does affects the world. And so when I look at what we're looking at, but then we asked a question, and I asked a question, and I think Kathleen Parks was hitting on that. We asked the question, what is it that has, I think the slave nation is talking about the greatness of the cultivation that God's hand was in cultivating a unique people. But what is it also that causes this unique people to be dysfunctional and disempowered is where we have to look at. And I think because a system has made us feel that to block the true identity, if you will, of who we are providentially. So if we have rallied around that providentially, then and we restore or have that relationship that God was hoping for between Black and white. And I can give an example for this when they said about the slave culture and what significance of these slaves. It's by design that if you look at the rap stars, everywhere I go around the world, I travel around the world, and they are emulating the rap stars. But guess what they're emulating? They're emulating those children of slaves. But somehow, those children of slaves and the leadership for me is off course. Off course. So if we were on course, if America was on course, then the power that I believe that the Black and white does have, according to God's providence, will be more effective and more positive. And so these principles of reconciliation that God set for are real. And I think God has always put those principles in our midst since the beginning of time. If you read the Bible, you see repetition, you receive certain things. Those brothers were important, that relationships were important for restoration, but that restoration, no relationship were the linchpin for substantive and sustainable change. And I believe that America, I think that everybody has to take responsibility. I think the people of African descent or the Americans who, as he had said, that came from Africa, and white Americans do have to know, what part did I play in this process? And then I think we'll begin to heal. And then America will be great, not for its sake, but great for the sake of the world, because America was designed by God to influence the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Oliver. And I think there's some people calling in, and because can you give people who are calling on their phones a way to unmute their phones if they want to speak? Mr. Williams, you are our technical guru back there in Washington, D.C. So we have people who've been wanting to make comments, I think, on the line, but they don't know how to unmute their telephone. So could you give them really briefly instructions on how to mute and unmute their phones?
Press star, and it'll unmute your phone. Press star, it'll unmute your phone. But if that doesn't work, we will go to Mike in Las Vegas. Mike in Las Vegas. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
The technical director out of Washington, D.C. is calling your name here in Las Vegas. Okay, so yeah, so just responding to Reverend Oliver's eloquent communication to us, I thought that there would be people, especially Dr. Norris, who would want to respond to him. I don't know if Dr. Norris is still on the line. Dr. Shelton, you there? Did we lose Kathleen Parks out of Kentucky?
I am here.
So Dr. Shelton, were you able to hear Reverend Oliver?
I am here.
Did you want to respond to Reverend Oliver's comments?
Well, I won't.
If not, we will give it to Dr. Higginbotham.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting. I wanted to hear
great.
what Dr. Higginbotham got to say.
Thank you, Dr. Norris, Shelton. Okay. Okay. So, Dr. Higginbotham, did you want to make a response to Reverend Oliver?
Absolutely.
We can't hear you.
Let me unmute him. I've got him unmuted now. Okay.
Reverend Oliver, I want to applaud you for your wisdom and your understanding, because you were right on point. I think it's important that we all understand and be laser focused that reconciliation is out of order until restoration takes place. The American slave has never been seen equal in the eyes of white America.
That's right.
Reconciliation is when, I'll give you a good example. If you're married before in the eyesight of God, I mean legal marriage, male and female, and you decide to separate, reconciliation is in order. It's not in order right now because we have never been seen as equal. Restoration has to come before reconciliation. The American slave culture has to be restored back to its rightful position. Nothing in this world is going to be out of order until that takes place. And the thing that we have put in place right now will make that happen, those that get involved and engage in the process. And we have to do it now because we're running out of time. This country is in trouble because we've been off course. And I know as a commercial airline captain, 1/10 of a degree off course, you're not going to arrive at your destination. And so we're going to have to get involved immediately. And by helping put it in place in Las Vegas and in Louisville, we can begin to see an evolution, not a revolution, but an evolution, because we have to move the people from poverty, ignorance, dependency, and complacency to knowledge, wealth, power, interdependency. And that's a process. And so we're in a new system. I'm so proud of what Dr. Norris has done. You know, when I linked up with him 5 years ago, I saw he was busy working on fixing the foundation. I was focusing on the new third wave system. And so we came
to Dr. Higginbotham, I know we're changing, we're going into the third world wave system. That's something we're going to be anxious to learn about. We're at now time for another 15-minute break if we're going to stay on schedule today. Hold that thought. We'll be back. It is now 1:45 Pacific Standard Time, if I'm correct. We're going to take that 15-minute break and stay with us, come back and finish that thought right after the break. Thank you so much. And we're just gonna go down now. We're gonna stay streaming while we are on this 15-minute break? Or are we gonna put up the sponsors? We're gonna put up our sponsors so we can see who the people that are supporting us to make this possible today. When we come back, we're gonna come back with the Juneteenth National Observance Foundation, but any of you who were on the previous panels, be sure you stay around so that you can make comment and help the next panel as they prepare for their presentation. Does anyone have any other comments?
Yeah, I thank you, Dr. Higginbotham. He was getting ready to go somewhere with the evolution.
I know, but we need to hear that. We couldn't do that within 1 minute, so I had to, break them to the other side.
I just want to say that I'm looking forward to after the break, and then Juneteenth, and then maybe we have some other time to talk to go into that. That's very powerful. Thank you.
And I see Dr. Norris Shelton made it back, and we got a full picture now. Can we hear you now? Now we're on break. Everything's working. Maybe not. We got him frozen in one lens. We're gonna master this technology.
Everything's working.
Okay, great. Now everything's working. So we lost Kathleen Parks, Commissioner Parks out of Kentucky. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Who said that? Okay, we'll be right back with the sponsors.
Let's see, so a passcode.
See, out of curiosity, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me now?
yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. All right, thanks.
I can hear you.
I want you to know that you can go to the soulcity.us, click on the Moulin Rouge Agreement tab, and you'll be able to see the agenda. So you can kind of follow along with the program and see what's coming up next. We are also putting up the pictures and bios of all the participants today.
Stand by. Because you know what? I can, I might be able to, hold on here. Let me see what I can do. Stay, don't go nowhere, okay? I'm gonna switch up and see if I can change the speaker. Kathleen?
Yes.
I got Catherine.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, I got Kathleen. Can the two of you guys hear each other?
I can't hear Kathleen. Yes, Kathleen, I can hear you.
Yeah, she's been trying to get in for the last hour and a half. So I'm gonna leave her patched in on my phone so she can be connected to the call because you guys can hear
We've
each
got
other
our
through my
technical team
computer.
in the house. Maybe she could tell us what kind of challenges she's experiencing and we can walk her through it.
No, her computer crashed.
Oh no, boy, Kentucky's really got some airwaves down there, huh? What kind of frequency, what kind of energy are we stirring up from the spirit world?
Can you hear Kathleen?
Hello?
Yes, she was talking to you.
I cannot hear Catherine. I can hear you, but I cannot hear Catherine. No, sir.
Okay, so Kathleen, here I am. I'm just congratulating you for the work that you're doing, understanding the climate that you're working in down there in Kentucky.
Can you hear her, Kathleen? Kathleen?
No, I cannot hear.
Oh, she's got to talk a little louder then.
It's down there. You can figure out how to get it to the phone. Yes, we will show. Come and see it, and then you can figure out how to. He's got the hat on. I just don't know how to get that to you from where it is.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Catherine?
Yes, sir.
Kathleen's been trying to get in, but you have to, she's been calling on the phone. But
Okay.
there's nobody to unmute her.
Okay, well, she can unmute herself.
By the phone?
By, I understand, pressing star.
Okay, Kathleen, did you get that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, she said when you do it by the phone, you can unmute yourself by pressing star.
Ask her to try
it. Okay, I'll try it. Let me call in now.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Who you missing?
Hello, this is Kathleen calling in. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Kathleen.
All right, great, fantastic. I'm back on. My computer crashed.
Wow. You see, I said this kind of some energy might be coming from the spirit world. Kentucky's on lockdown.
I think my computer has the coronavirus.
I wouldn't be surprised at that. Were you able to hear the Universal Peace Federation and Reverend Zachary Oliver?
I came in, I heard quite a bit of his conversation and I was moved by it. However, I do concur with Prime Minister on the restoration piece. As a people, we have to be restored first before we can reconcile anything. Our humanity must be restored first. That's first and foremost. I don't know if anybody else is on the line. Are we still on break? But I'd like to make some comments after the break, if I may.
Yeah, we're still on break. And when we come back at 2 o'clock, we'll be coming into the Juneteenth Observance Foundation panel. There will be ample time for you to ask questions. And this is by no means going to be the end of this conversation. Today is just the beginning of us beginning to understand that we all have work to do. So while we may not get all of our comments in today, and I'm hoping you can stay with us, let's not make this be the last time we join in on these types of forums. We're going to keep it up, right, UPF?
Were you all able to hear any of my presentation at all? Because it seems like it was fading out a lot.
We heard you.
Okay. All right, fine.
But we know there's so much more to be said. Dr. Higginbotham wants to take us into what he's calling the third wave. I know you want to talk about some specific steps we need to take toward restoration. We need to talk about the steps of getting to reconciliation, but we want to go through this process of restoration so that we can have reconciliation. We need to understand that those steps are critical. We need to understand how to restore, how to reconcile, and we know these are very specific strategies to dissolve conflict.
And we have to empower our people. You know, the time is now to move toward the economic battlefield. We cannot afford to wait, even for reconciliation. We must move forward.
So we'll be back in 1 minute. We're streaming live on YouTube. Let your listening audience know they can go to soulcity.us and just click on the link. It'll take them directly to where they can view online. Soulcity.us, and I think we're coming back. It's almost 2 o'clock, and we're going to be coming back. And I think we'll come back. Dee, how is your panel? Is your panel ready?
Working on it now. We're in the background working.
Okay. Do we have Dr. Linda Young
with us? And I'm working with Linda at the moment. We'll be right back.
Okay. So while we're waiting for the Juneteenth National Observance Foundation to convene their panel, why don't we go ahead and hear some more comments from Commissioner Parks over down there in Kentucky? And also we have a gentleman waiting on the line, Ricky Towers here in Las Vegas. He tells me he's been waiting to get in for quite a while to make some comments. And so why don't we hear quickly from Ricky? Let's hear from Ricky Towers real quick, and then we'll go to Commissioner Parks.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank you very much for the segment of the panel. I wanted to thank the Reverend Oliver and Ms. Rigney and Sarah in regards to their comments and the being responsible for your contributions to the conflict was very powerful. And I do agree and was really enlightened on some of the information that was handed down from restoration to our culture to the principles of peace, the vision for peace, and just the outline of the leadership that's necessary to reconcile and have a win-win outcome, as what Leslie was talking about earlier. So just wanted to thank you for that panel. I thought it was very enlightening and very educational. From my perspective, I thought everybody was right on point with how we can move forward as a race and a nation. Again, just thank you so much, and I thought it was very, very informative. Thank you.
Well, thank you for calling in, Mr. Towers. We appreciate your comments. And now let's hear from Commissioner Kathleen Parks out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Thank you so much for having me back. I apologize for the technical difficulties. My computer, when kaput, it crashed, but the movement has not crashed. We can't let anything turn us around as we move forward, pursuing the economic battlefield that Dr. Norris Shelton has been working on most of his life. And leaning on the shoulder of Dr. King, of Malcolm X, they were all on the path to the economic battlefield. And this is where we need to be today. Yes, I am in agreement that we should reconcile with each other, but reconciliation by no means should interfere or stand in the way of restoration of our humanity. As Prime Minister indicated earlier, and I concur with him, we must move forward. And we're at a critical time in history now in which our country, our nation, our world is in a pivotal point in historical real time, quite frankly. And there's a lot of confusion as to where people in general, whether Black, white, Latino, gay, straight, whatever the case may be, people are in mass confusion right now and are hungry for direction and purpose and mission in terms of which way to go, especially people of American slave descent, who are often, historically, are always at the bottom. And with the situation, with the onset of the coronavirus that has crashed our economy, excuse the pun with the crash to my computer, I guess it's simultaneous with that. But we must move forward. I can't emphasize that enough. And that's why it's so important that this course be taught in real time at Bellarmine University and also at other universities eventually, sooner than later, to educate the masses why we as a people, the American slave culture, must be restored, must be included in the amendment of the Constitution, because we were not freed properly. As Dr. Shelton indicated, we are not African Americans. We need to stop saying that, because we are not immigrants. With the census, and I'm not sure where we're going with that, but I know that Prime Minister had indicated earlier that, and I've talked to some of the census people here in Louisville regarding us writing in that we are either descendants of American slaves or American slaves. That needs to be done. But we're going to have to appeal to our legislators, both in the White House, in the State House, and in the local houses across the country, that this needs to be done. And of course, all politics are local. So we start at the local level, we move up to the White House, and hopefully through our prayers and through our actions, through the American slave movement, the White House, the moral compass of our federal government, will be restored in November. And I will conclude right there for right now.
Absolutely. Comments?
Yeah, I would like to concur with what she said, and also the restoration piece. And I agree with that restoration piece. And I don't know if Dr. Higginbotham is still online, but at the end, he did mention about the evolution. And it's funny, last night I wrote this, and it said our spiritual immune system, talking about the slave culture of the so-called African Americans, has been compromised, and our spiritual immune system can only be reconstituted and maintained through continuous spiritual evolution. What does the spiritual evolution accomplish? It generates and proceeds from new, creative, enlightening, and unifying ideas with the objective to continuously break through or break into the consciousness of a people in order to destroy and to replace the old ones. This process is imperative for people who have been indoctrinated. And so,
okay.
yeah,
So what I want to do is, in respect to the Juneteenth and National Observance Foundation panel that was due to start at 2 o'clock, I understand all of our panelists are here now. We have Ms. Dee Evans, who's the National Executive Director and State Director for National Juneteenth Observance Foundation. And she brings a very exciting panel with us today to talk about how we educate America about this particular situation. So Ms. Dee Evans, you want to come on and tell us who your panelists are?
Yes, good afternoon. I am Dee Evans. I am the Communications Director for the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation. Welcome to Panel 3, Education and Multicultural Education in Nevada. We have invited, and are still expecting a couple of our panelists to join in, but we have invited Assemblyman Harvey Munford, who is retired, Assemblyman, Nevada Senator, Assemblyman, I'm sorry, William McCurdy II, who is also the Assistant Majority Whip. We have Ms. Pamela Goins Brown, who is the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of North Las Vegas and the Councilwoman for Ward 2. We are waiting for Councilman Isaac Barone, the Councilman of the Ward 1, City of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas.
Actually, I'm online right now.
Oh, great. Welcome. Okay. And
Well,
we have Dr. Linda E. Young, who is Clark County School Board of Trustees, District C, founder and president of the Village Foundation, and former first national vice president for the National Council on Educating Black Children. And I believe we might have a couple of comments from Commissioner Parks. Meanwhile, I'd just like to say that National Juneteenth is looking forward to seeing legislation passed to recognize Juneteenth freedoms nationally. And we would also, with the next assembly, would like to see the establishment of a Juneteenth Education Commission, as well as education commissions across the country. So that is some of the goals in addition to amending Code 36, US Code 36, to place Juneteenth on our national calendar. At this time, I would like to introduce our National Juneteenth Observance Foundation President, Stephen Williams, who will be give us a few words on the digital divide in the multicultural education. Stephen was raised in an environment recognizing Juneteenth, and he is the director of IT services for one of the leading industry recognized security firms, as well as a consultant for micro information resources. Stephen brings to the table his vast experiences in IT services and has gained insights in the field of nonprofit and government agencies through analyzing their processes, procedures, and systems to improve their technology and enable them to fulfill their missions. Steve speaks, we will proceed to our panelists. Thank you, Stephen. Turning over to you.
Hey, welcome everyone. The thing I want everyone to realize and get into your mind is all things Juneteenth. For 155 years, there's been a recognition of Juneteenth in America, but that's not when Juneteenth began. So our education is based upon getting the true story of Juneteenth out and getting an understanding of Juneteenth and what we call the Juneteenth mentality and philosophy. Most of the things Black people are seeking today, especially economically, cooperative economics, was developed in Oklahoma right after the Juneteenth. Most of the freedoms and the liberties that we have were already established, and now people are going back researching that. The National Juneteenth Observance Foundation is developing a curriculum to be distributed nationwide by some of the leading scholars around the country at historically Black universities have come together to develop this curriculum to teach education and our education from our perspective. Even tonight, we are meeting with Chief Warhorse, who was a Black Indian. It means these are Black people who were in America before Columbus got here. Okay, they trace their history all the way back. And she's giving us her particular side of the story. We trace the roots of John Horse, who was here and led the first successful slave revolution against America, the only one, and won freedom for all the people who were enslaved there in Florida and South Carolina and in Texas. So we are developing this curriculum to deliver the truth about our history. National Juneteenth Observance Foundation got the first apology from the American United States government for slavery. We also instituted MIAFA on June 18th, the day before that, to bring about reconciliation around the world, which is recognized. MIAFA is a chance for us to deal with the healing, to deal with the prayer, to deal with the reconciliation before we do the commemoration of the realization of legislation by America. This is what makes Juneteenth so significant and why everything else that we do, we start with this one focus on this day. By getting America to understand the importance of Juneteenth, both Black and white, acknowledging the end of slavery and the beginning of the pursuit of liberty for which we've been pursuing ever since June 19th, 1866. And that was the date when the last of the slaveholding nations sought peace with America. So we here are very important with that. And one of the things that we've done, and our founder, Dr. Myers, was responsible for passing legislation in 44 states getting Juneteenth acknowledged. This is something that's not been done by anybody else or no other organization. This is the reason why we can press our leverage for legislation nationwide, and we get the attention of every legislator on the Hill. But one of the things that Dr. Myers, my good friend, and I both lived by was the scripture was to study to show thyself approved, a workman under God who need not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. And the truth is that our information is out there. So we've worked hard and diligent with everybody. Calvin Pearson, direct founder of Project 1619, a member of our association, our education team. Education is the key goal. When you're educated, when you have the knowledge, especially the knowledge of yourself and what before you have done, nothing else matters, and only thing in front of you is the future. And we have a lot, especially in America. Those descendants of enslaved people have a lot to learn about themselves, about what was done here. I can run down names of many people, and most people will be stumped here to know that these black men and black women created most of the society that's here. We're not aware of that. Certain white people are aware of that at powers that be, but in basic function, we are not aware of our history, and therefore we do not have the internal pride, nor the fortitude, or most importantly, the culture which breeds the trust, which then in those comes about investment in one another. And so we're very happy to work and to launch our application for our curriculum in states like Oklahoma and Nevada over the next year. School-wide, district-wide, statewide, in conjunction with local legislators in these places, and beginning to open the eyes of not only young Black people in America, but all of Americans as to the contribution of enslaved people. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. At this time, I'd like to bring my panelists in. We're speaking of multicultural education, and there are two pieces of legislation that has been passed in 2015. AB 34 was passed, and also 2017 AB 196. So my question is, let's go into that point of view. I'd like to know that the first legislation, 2015, it's been 5 years since the legislation was passed. Panelists, please tell me, is there any, to your knowledge, is there any multicultural education included in the 2019-2020 state improvement plan? Is there any curriculum that has been developed or is in the process of being developed to support the legislation?
This is Linda Young from Clark County School District. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I want to say currently under AB 234, it did, for the Clark County School District, it did not mandate a structure for a curriculum. What it did was it provided what we call opportunities for teachers to use the instruction within social studies courses. And that was contingent upon the content area in social studies being taught. For example, Hispanic independence occurred September the 16th, 1810, and the 9-week segment grade periods had Hispanic, Asian, Black history, and the categories that contain individual experiences based on 4 9-week segments. Now, where we have had some concerns, the Clark County School District uses world history and geography under what we call the Nevada content, academic content standards. That's NVACS for social studies. And they use those standards to teach multicultural education. Where we are having concerns, or I'm having concerns or problems with it, is that it needs to be integrated in all, it should be cross-integrated in all subject areas so that it's not just limited just only to social studies. It could be in literature, in English, it could be in math, it could be in various other curriculum areas, even in health, PE, what we call a cross-cultural integrated approach to teaching multicultural education. So it is taught under the Nevada Academic Content Standards, but only in social studies, with that being world history and geography, which is limited. So that's our concern, my concern.
Thank you. Assemblyman McCurdy, you are the one that had sponsored the AB 196. Is that built upon the basis of the 234, or is that a different direction? Can you tell us a little bit about 196?
So Assembly Bill 196, and thank you so much for having us on. It's been an incredible, discussion. I had a chance to listen to some of the panelists who have been on before us. So just want to thank you all for the work that you're doing to make sure that we continue to move forward as one. But speaking specifically to Assembly Bill 196, in which was brought forward in the 78th legislative session in 2017. The bill was geared towards helping administrators and teachers who were essentially not culturally competent, allowing them the ability to further understand the different groups of kids who are in the classrooms, who may have different backgrounds, who may come from different socioeconomic situations. So I worked with a group of educators who, came to me. We put the bill together. I got the language requested and put in a BDR form, which eventually became a bill. And the only purpose of this bill was to make sure that we can allow for educators to get an endorsement on their license to essentially show that they are culturally competent. And the reason that why this is needed is because, as you know, we have kids from all different spectrums, from A to Z, who need support, who need to be understood, who need to know that they have an educator or an administrator who, is in charge for their educational outcomes, that are competent on who that child is, the entire child. So not just looking at, kids in the urban areas, but also looking at children who may live in the rural communities as well. So the bill was essentially put forward to make sure that we have, faculty and staff who have the ability to get an endorsement on their license to demonstrate that they understand the needs of their students within the classroom. I felt that it was important to have that, especially because a lot of these students in my district are on free and reduced lunch. I have a significant African American and also Latino population in the district. And if we are honest with one another, we have to understand that there are different obstacles that our children face, not only in the house, but also there are cultural differences as well. So how do we have a workforce who are basically charged with educating our children if they are not competent culturally on what that child and who that child is and where they may come from? For me, that was one step forward. I think that we definitely need to do something about the type of education that's being had in the classroom. Sometimes you have teachers that are more open to teaching different disciplines between the different racial and ethnic groups. But also, when you have a case where you have a teacher who may be in a school that has a majority minority population and they have not worked with that student or students in the past, that could be really challenging. Maybe if the child is, speaking out or, speaking out of turn or, whatever the case may be, maybe that child may be hungry. And if you don't know what that child is going through based upon the demographics where you are actually teaching at geographically, then you may, send that child who's acting out because they're hungry to the dean's office or, to the counselor's office when they're really just acting out because they're hungry. So how does cultural competency help us to inform our educators on the different behaviors of children based upon their cultural and ethnic background? So I thought that was important. The bill was signed into law. And now, educators can get that additional endorsement on their license. And actually, I wanted to take it a step further and double down on that and have educators also be compensated more, for, teaching in a majority minority school and essentially demonstrating that they're culturally competent.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to now go to North Las Vegas. We have two of our parties are representing North Las Vegas. We have Councilwoman Pamela Goins Brown and also Councilman Isaac Barone. I'd like to know, are the needs in our areas, in the Southern Nevada area, are the needs different here than we would find in the Northern area? And do you feel that are your teachers comfortable or uncomfortable with multicultural training to the children? Is it a problem with the teachers to pass the training on, or should the teachers be the same race as the children to connect with them better? Just if I can just get some type of an overview from your opinion, how multicultural training differs between the north and the south, southern parts of Nevada, and what we can do to assist you going forward.
I'll defer to Councilwoman. In my opinion, I think multicultural training is important. Just in my knowledge with working with my staff over the few years, when you do these multicultural trainings, you're getting an on-service type training, so it's bringing more awareness to other races and other cultures and other customs. So you're basically touching it on the surface, because I can't, be a race that I'm not. I can't thoroughly understand another race to the extent that that child is that particular race, but I am aware of it. So that means I need to have that multicultural training and that cultural sensitivity to a child of any race to understand where they're coming from, to understand what their cultures and what their beliefs are, and so that I am sympathetic and that I'm making sure that I am meeting that child's need based on the information that I have.
Thank you. Mr. Barone?
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and give you an earful. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, well, I've been an actual, in my day job, which I still hold.
Speak up just a little bit?
Excuse me?
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Okay.
A little bit closer to the...
How's that? Is that a little bit better?
That's much better.
Okay. Well, I've been a classroom teacher for 24 years now. And, it varies, the entire multicultural education, it really varies very widely at the high school level. I think it varies very widely, even amongst the social studies staff. For the most part, it's my opinion that we give mostly lip service to the idea of multiculturalism. I know that, at my school, that's over 70% Latino. Although we instead of having a staff that actually kind of reflects even a little bit the community, we've actually regressed in a few years. Part of it has to do because, of course, inadequate school funding. It's hard to recruit teachers of color who because of the job market right now, they can probably make a lot of more money doing other things, becoming teachers. So number one, it's very difficult to hire any newer teachers of color. But in a school like Rancho High School, again, when you count the Latino and the Black population, we're talking like 85% of the school's brown. But you couldn't tell, and it's not even remotely reflected in our staff. So I think that's been a huge issue that has not been addressed. Now there are ways, though, if you have teachers who are willing to, and if they're sensitive to what's going on here with their own kids. I mean, anything like in the beginning of the school year, which in September through October. I mean, that's Hispanic Heritage Month. There is a plethora, and I mean, oh my gosh, our cup runneth over with the events and personalities who especially are in town here because of the Hispanic Heritage Month. And of course, it starts off with the Mexican Independence Day. There's literally a plethora of resources available, but we don't see a lot of the schools, there's no like coordinated approach. Whereas we'll have, individual schools where you have leadership that is, and a lot of times with leadership, when you have leadership that is forward thinking and they want to accommodate, they want to reach out, they want to push it amongst their staff, then we have those schools that get involved and you have the children who actually feel they feel appreciated. Now, but I've always been of the type who believes that instead of just relegating multiculturalism to certain parts of the year, it should, as you pointed out, it should be woven into the very fabric of what we're doing. And there are lots of there are many areas of commonality. Like for instance, when we're talking during Black Heritage Month, a central theme is of course Brown versus the Board of Education. But one thing when I'm teaching my Latin American history class, one thing that I weave right into Black history. I also teach, for instance, a case of the Mendez versus Westminster case, which preceded Brown versus the Board of Education, and actually that was the training that got Thurgood Marshall, that gave him the pretty much it put him on the front and forward to be ready to argue Brown versus in Supreme Court. And of course, curiously enough, Chief Justice Earl Warren was the governor of California at the time, which is a nice segue into the deal. But I mean, there are so many areas of commonality. There's no way you could teach, for instance, Latin American history without there being a very strong Afro-Caribbean component to it. But again, I'm sorry to say that from the very beginning, whenever you don't have enough teachers who are sensitive to it, because they may not have grown up with this thing in their background, they haven't grown up, in or having contact with communities of color, it's very hard for them to shift. And I really believe that it's not as widely appreciated. But I think it can be cured, and I think it can be addressed by making sure the leadership buys in. But you have to reach out and hire way more teachers of color. And until that happens, I don't see a huge revolution in this. And again, it's really nice to have the legislation that mandates it, but who's watching it? You have to have a mechanism in which I would definitely weave into the one thing, like for instance, in the way that we grade the schools. Of course, we're still weighing lots of the grades of schools on testing, when maybe what we should be doing is weaving into the school performance standards when we're actually grading the schools. How many teachers of color are featured? How many activities that reflect the target population that you want to reach? How many activities they have? How many clubs and how many members in those clubs do these schools have? But again, we haven't. I can go on and on.
Your moderator is trying to get your attention. I don't know if you can hear. Okay, your moderator is trying to get your attention.
I'd like to go to Dr. Young as she is a trustee on the board, and maybe she can give us
Can I
some
interject
feedback.
something real quick? Can I
I was
interject something
going to
real
ask about
quick?
book listing and independent study, but
Can I
I
interject
think we
something
need
real
to.
quick?
Stephen, are you saying?
Yeah,
What?
can I interject something real quick? A point that he was making about how interconnected the cultures are.
Yes, sir. All right,
What
all right,
most
Mr.
people
Brown.
don't know is the Mexican Revolution had a direct effect on Juneteenth. It was after the Mexican Revolution, Mexico was indebted to several countries in Europe, and they had sent out a notice saying that they could not pay their debt. And in 1865 and 1866, Napoleon was actually in Mexico during the revolution trying to collect money out of Mexico. When he was turned around at a battle by the Mexican army, he decided he would go to Texas and try to invade Texas since America was at war. General Grant sent U.S. colored troops, which were just captured at Appomattox, and he sent them to the Mexico border, the Rio Grande border, as a show of force. When they got around the Cape of into the Gulf of Mexico, they ran into a storm, which forced them to land at Galveston on June 18th. On June 19th, they proclaimed Juneteenth. On June 21st, they got back in their boats and went to Brownsville and stood guard at the Mexican border, turning back Napoleon, who was trying to collect money from Mexico for their support during the Mexican Revolution. It's kind of convoluted, but they're very tied together.
I have one question because I'm planning to switch
Hello.
our cables on a different company. If I am getting only from you the telephone plus my
Hello.
telephone and computer,
Hello.
how much?
I think here in the state of Nevada, can you hear, am I talking?
We have several people talking right now, so let's do this. We have one moment, please. Let me figure this out. We have, here's what we do. When you're speaking, you can speak as long as you want to with your mic unmuted. But once you finish speaking, you should mute your mic. If you're on your telephone, you should push * to unmute and mute your mic. Okay, so we are now listening to Steve Williams just made a comment. The response to that comment was coming back. And then we've had Assemblyman Mumford join D. So can you moderate that portion of it, or how do you want me to do that?
I'd like to give Assemblyman Munford a moment, but first, Steve, did you need to complete your thought?
There was someone on the phone with a French accent or Korean accent. There was someone on the phone.
I believe that was Mr. Munford.
No, I'm done. I just wanted to make, show, amplify what he was talking about, the connection between the cultures and history and how they're tied together and interlocked with each other. That's all.
I think it points out what I was saying, that we need to have that Juneteenth Education Commission. We need to take this conversation further because it will not be solved today. There's quite a bit of unknown history. There's a lot of unspoken history that we really need to get out. But let's give Mr. Munford some time, please. Mr. Munford.
Yes.
We're down to 8 minutes. So if we can be brief, but I would like to hear what you have to say.
I was going to, put my thoughts in pertaining to my bill in 215. It was 234. And
This conference
the
has
bill
reached its
was,
maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
it was, trying to bring multicultural into the school district in the state of Nevada.
and it was multicultural. And I felt that legislation had some value to it for the for the classroom for students, because our student population in Nevada is very diverse, and we wanted to have the chance to, you know.
Goodbye.
Hey, they just booted us after 5 hours. Yeah, just started the conference. Just say start a conference. Yeah. Start a new conference. No, don't say start later. Start a new conference. Join. Just say join with video. Join conference.
And ideas about this, but I'd like to kind of share with you a definition that I've used over the years as to why, what multicultural education and what are the components of it, and why most school districts, including the Clark County School District to a large extent, does not have the guidelines set up for what I consider good multicultural education. So first of all, I want to say that multicultural education is a process of what we call comprehensive school
If you're
reform.
not talking, can you mute your phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. And okay, it's comprehensive school reform and basic education for all students. It's not just for students of color. It's not just for students that of different descent or immigration status. It is not. It's for all students. And what multicultural education basics, one of its basics, is to reject racism and other forms of discrimination in schools and in society. And it's an acceptance of what we call the pluralistic component of ethnicity, race, linguistic, religion, economic, gender, just some. It's an embracing. And then also it helps in that students and their communities and teachers all be represented. The other thing multicultural education does is it permeates the curriculum. So where we have in the school district just one aspect of the curriculum, which is world history and geography, it should permeate all parts of the curriculum. And it should utilize instructional strategies in the school that is interactive with teachers, students, and parents, and the very way that schools conceptualize the nature of teaching and learning. So it should be a very integrated process between teaching and learning. And we call it the critical pedagogy of underlying the philosophy of what we call knowledge, reflection, and action, and the basis for social change. This is an important thing. I'm sorry. That multicultural education is about social change, that it promotes the democratic principles of social justice. social justice, because when we start talking about the various aspects of multicultural education, it goes across all cultures, and it looks at where the social justice, and it looks at where we reflect for social change. That's what education is supposed to be about. So let me just give you the seven components very quickly, and then I'll move off of there.
Okay,
First
please.
of all, I'll just these 7 points. It's anti-racist multicultural education. It's basic education. It's important for all students. It's pervasive. It cuts across all over the area. It's education for social justice. Multicultural. It's a process, and that it's a critical pedagogy. It's a whole process of teaching. So if we could start with a basic definition of what we're talking about multicultural education, then as we move these laws, we can make sure that these components are a part of the whole structure of multicultural education, and that's what the laws are trying to do.
Okay, one quick question. We have everyone is staying at home. You can't go anywhere. Is there any place that the children can go for independent study? I mean, I understand we do have problems with computers in the area, but is there any one recommended website, any book lists that are available for the youth?
You can go to, are you talking about where children can actually go right now, like outside of their homes?
Now, while they're home, is there anything that we can do? The libraries are closed, we're short of computers. What do the children do?
They can go to Khan Academy. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, no, you go ahead.
I just actually sent out a newsletter, probably about 30 minutes ago, with a plethora of resources that parents can access for their students. Even though the libraries are closed, they can still access libraries virtually as well.
Okay, thank you. Can you send me a copy?
And could I add one more part here, just real quick? The Vegas PBS is called Channel 10, have an array of activities and programs for multicultural education. The Anti-Defamation League on their website is one. Scholastic, I don't know any of you are familiar with their program. You go to their website, a ton of information. The Smithsonian, as I indicated, the Law Library of Congress, the National Archives, the National Education Association, and there are a variety of programs and activities that I was just talking today, that we have to put on our website as well.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyman Munford, I see you were lighting up. Did we have a final comment? Because we've actually run out of time, but did you have a comment, sir?
The only thing I wanted to say is the teachers and the administration have to have some knowledge on multicultural education, and they should be in their resume, or their transcripts, they should have something that they took a class in ethnic studies or multicultural on their resume, or and
okay, I think we have run out. I appreciate your comment. Mr. Barone, do you have a final comment? Okay, I do want to thank you for participating.
Are we finished?
We have run out of time. Catherine, do we have additional time
now? Dr. Higginbotham cannot sit still until he makes a response.
Will there be any responses from any of the listeners?
Yes, right now we're going to go ahead and hear from Dr. Higginbotham, please.
Catherine, thank you for letting me come back. I was really compelled to answer the question that Reverend Oliver had asked about evolving. And the best way I can be able to do that real quickly, and I'll pull it up on screen, is show it to you. I don't know if you can see this here, where we have, you gotta look at this thing from a wave perspective, that we were part of the industrial age, correction, agriculture age, which was part of the slave-free labor, industrial age, and now we're in the information age. So it's a different paradigm. And really what that looked like, as this is for Reverend Oliver, it's a renewing of the mind. We got to make the paradigm shift from an old man to the new man. And so, you know, it is a whole, these are bullets that really focus on the new system, from being religious and denominational to be about spirituality.
So Dr. Higginbotham, I believe that this is going to be a very informative piece, and it's something that we need to hear as part of your third meeting. And I'd like to say that for the Opportunity Zone Conference, you're talking about money and ways to move forward.
No, I'm talking about a system. But anyway, Catherine, I can share some other time.
We just need to take a break, unless everybody wants to suspend the break. How do we want to, do we want to work right through the break on this?
It's okay, Catherine.
Do you want to go ahead, Dr. Higginbotham?
No, that's okay. We'll take the break.
Excuse me, does this apply to the education of the youth in Nevada? That's my question, Dr. Higginbotham.
Absolutely, not only to the youth in Nevada, but across the whole country. Because the things that I'm hearing that you're talking about is still part of an old industrial age system. Just like in the information age, forced you to be here today with this new platform here to deliver the information. But it's not only how it's taught, what's being taught in our school system that's the problem. And so the school system has to make the information relevant for the kids that makes them want to learn. I got 3 R's for everybody. I know most folks think it's reading, writing, and arithmetic, but it should be relevant, reinforcement, and reward. And so the information's got to be relevant. We have to reinforce it, and then we have to attach a reward to it in order for learning to take place in this new system. The new information age is about caring, sharing, and responsibility will equal wealth and power. But listen, I've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for allowing me to be on it, to be here in this
Don't go
process.
away, Dr. Higginbotham. We've got a whole nother hour and a half devoted for just this conversation as soon as we come back from this break.
Excuse me, Stephen, you're going to take, can you make a comment?
No, I mean, you know, he's referring to Maslow's hierarchy of need, which is an economic model, which America is in the final stage, which is the information stage. Coincidentally, the Maslow's hierarchy of need model.
The difference, you can't explain what
Maslow's need, just 1 second, was based off of Iroquois value. The Iroquois was a tribe of nations which helped Maslow determine what is the most important in the need of people. But he took it in his way. He based it upon something that left a core value out of that, which is recognition of self and recognition of community with each other. And that's the part about the new information age, is about the recognition of self and the recognition and the responsibility of the community. So that is what is new that's coming up, and the implementation of that technology is of that social economic structure is where we really have to focus ourselves on in the future.
Okay, so I think we decided to work right through this break. So let's go right ahead. Dee, your camera's going to go right ahead. Why don't you give us at least 5 minutes of break time?
Okay. So we have 8 minutes, so that means we have 3 minutes left. Does anyone have a 30-second comment?
Yes,
I
would. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was calling you locally from
Norris.
Which you have a comment, sir?
Yes, Ricky Towers. But we had to become interactive with the other students because that was the way we learned their culture. So with being bucked from the 7th, 8th, and the 9th, not only did we keep in touch with the Black principals and Black teachers that we went to elementary school with, but we were also astute enough to know that the teachers, the students, and the parents, and mainly students teach students in terms of how, about their culture, about where they come from. We were forced to get in a room with different cultures to do nothing but discuss your culture, where you came from, what about what's happening in your neighborhood. So policies are put in place to administer in the district, but interactive and cooperative learning from school to school to school, because students teach students. They interact and they learn the culture. So paying someone to come over an additional amount of money to interact with Black students is always a vehicle. But it's very important to keep in mind that students teach students. And until we get the teachers, students, and parents together in the same culturally area, then we're not going to improve in terms of learning everyone's culture worldwide. Thank you.
Can I make a comment? This is Kathleen from Kentucky.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'll try to be as brief as I can. And I certainly appreciate everyone, all of the professional educators that are on this call. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we're listening.
Yes, that are on this call, and I look forward to meeting you in the future. I am a former public school educator and an adjunct at Bellarmine University. I'm going to be teaching American Slave History 101 this fall, the first time it's ever been taught. But I want to get right to the point. Have you all read Carter G. Woodson's book, The Miseducation of the Negro? That's the first thing. If you haven't read it, you need to read it.
Yeah, I have.
Secondly, if we're going to classify ourselves as being culturally, if we're going to talk cultural competence, then we need to be culturally competent. When we bring new teachers into the system, we have to teach what cultural competence is. And if we continue to hold on to the systemic terminology such as minority, which we are not, melting pot in America, which we are not, we are a salad bowl. Cannot teach cultural competence to students until we have a clear clarification of identification of ourselves. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Catherine, I believe we're down to 3 minutes, so I believe we'll have to step back. I would like to continue this conversation more, but we have run out of time.
Well, today won't be the last day. As I said, this is the beginning of us bringing about an end to this crisis, this epidemic that we're facing as people here in America. So we are going to use the last 3 minutes to take a break. We're going to take a 3-minute break to acknowledge our sponsors, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
I'm inviting Minister W.D. Patterson on this cultural competency question.
And I should have asked him?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably right. We only had 40 minutes and we'll be shut down. I think maybe we need to put something together for our board to take this further. There is a lot of, there are opinions that must be ironed out. I think we need to go further, but not we can't do today. And I do think that someone has a microphone that is giving us feedback.
Are we off for right now?
We are, I believe we're off, are we not, Catherine?
We are still streaming, but we're in a break.
Somebody's got an echo.
Someone is sharing their screen. I'm not sure who it is.
Reverend Oliver.
Are you able to see that screen?
Reverend Oliver.
We
Yes,
now
sir.
see your screen,
Yes, you are. Three of my missions.
Reverend Oliver is Dr. Gerald Higginbotham. Can we exchange phone numbers?
My screen is being talked.
Yes, it is. Yep.
All right, are we all signing off right now?
No, we're taking a break.
There is one more panel coming up behind our panel. I would love for you to stay with us. The last panel is regarding the opportunity zones. Please, I hope you have some interest and can stay with us. We are down to our last 45 or 50 minutes. Please.
Yeah, I can give you my telephone number. I think to unmute myself. Dr. Higginbotham.
Yes, sir. Could you share your phone, your information with me so I can call you at a later date?
Yeah, 202.
Okay.
487.
Okay.
4488.
Yes, it was.
That's what they see?
Yes, it was.
My number is 314 area code 581-0009. 314 area code 581-0009.
Thank you for letting me participate. This is Councilman Barone signing out.
Thank you so much, Councilman.
Yes, 314 area code 581-0009.
Got it.
Nationwide. I do want to thank Assemblyman Lunsford and Dr. Young. I believe that the other two have possibly been disconnected again. But thank you for joining us. I do appreciate your comments, and I look forward to working with you. We need to continue the conversations that we've been having.
Yep, I'm happy to be involved and encourage about the dialogue. This is a dialogue that needs to continue and continue to encompass more people and more ideas because it's very important to go forward.
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay, just put my battery. Okay, it is now 3:01, and we should be getting ready for our next panel.
Yeah, Catherine, you've got too many of your sounds open and they're creating
Oh,
feedback.
that's all my crew back though, that technical crew back there, busy at work.
Yeah,
But they
gotta turn one off.
Yeah, we were taking a moment to acknowledge our sponsors, and I hope you were able to see them. Did they come up on the screen?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And we're gonna have them all up before the day is out. So when this plays back, people will be able to know who's supporting this conference today. So when we come back for the next panel, it's gonna be Reverend Zachary Oliver. It's gonna be leading us there. We're expecting Pastor Ron Thomas to join us if he's not on the line already. We are also looking for Terrence Mayfield and Stanley Washington. So I'm hoping that they've all been able to, I see Pastor Ron. Can you hear me, Pastor Ron?
Yes, Kathleen, I can.
Oh, great. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. And we're hoping that Terrence Mayfield would join us, and also Stanley Washington, to talk about the historic West Side in particular. So we'll give ourselves just a couple of minutes to get everybody back in place, get our next panel seated on the line. Let's see. And okay. Yes, sir.
Ms. Duncan. Ms. Duncan.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, we are still missing a couple of our panelists, but if the two that are here, Pastor Ron and Zachary Oliver, Terrence, are you there? Okay, great. Which, I'm trying to figure out which one you are. Are you the Atlanta number?
No, it's the, excuse me.
Okay, I see you, Terrence Dean, there you go. All right, so great. So initially, when we created this panel, it was before the coronavirus outbreak. And we were already dealing with challenges in a distressed community. We were recognized as a distressed community by the governor of the state of Nevada, and along with other distressed census tracts across America. Especially in Nevada, the governor asked the mayor of the city to identify the most distressed areas in the city that would be recognized as opportunity zone areas. So the historic West Side and parts of North, which encompasses both Las Vegas and North Las Vegas and the surrounding community, were determined to be severely distressed communities before coronavirus. So when the virus broke, we were already in the midst of trying to figure out how to address the challenges. So Pastor Ron Thomas has a mission on the historic West Side to bring about a redevelopment. Reverend Zachary Oliver, coming from Washington, D.C., with firsthand knowledge of how opportunity zones work. And in the midst of the pandemic, we thought we would also look at where the critical resources are to help the people suffering from the coronavirus epidemic, especially to reach out to the people that are already in the underserved and distressed communities. So we see that now these communities are super distressed because now they have a double whammy. So Pastor Ron, would you start out by just telling us a little bit about what's going on in that community and what some of the challenges are you're facing and how we're going to go about, in your opinion, to address those?
Thank you, Kathleen. Thanks to all of you that have taken the time to be on the call. Just speaking from a religious standpoint as well as a community leader, this has shut down, as we know, our businesses, and several individuals have lost, if not lost jobs, they've lost their resources. We've been speaking with Congressman Horsford, and he's made us aware that there has been some legislation that has been passed. The second time, there was one that was $8 billion, and the second one is roughly close to $1 trillion or $750 billion, something of that nature. He shared with us of that $6.5 billion is going to be coming to our states for hospital supplies and things of that nature. But speaking specifically to the $10 million that has been given to come to our community for unemployment insurance benefits. So speaking from an economic standpoint, our citizens are struggling economically, losing their jobs, small businesses closing, and things of that nature. So in our immediate area, in the historical West Side area, that's, you know, where our unemployment is already up and elevated above the national average. We find now a situation where individuals are going to be struggling for everything from maintaining their homes to food. So from our ministry standpoint, passing out food has become very essential, working with 3 Square and things of that nature in the MGM properties to make sure everyone from our seniors to individuals in our community have, just food, basic food and toiletry items. That being said, when we start talking about the historic nature of our particular location, we need to understand how not to allow our area to be gentrified. Coming together, understanding the opportunity zones, and coming together, to establish a means and a method whereby we can participate in the economic development as citizens, and take advantage of the monies that are going to be given to the communities or to builders from major investors because of those tax breaks that will be given to them by putting their resources in our communities for that 10-year period. What we've got to be able to do, as you know, in speaking with you, Catherine, developing a community development corporation where our local citizens can be a part of understanding what the 100 plan is and trying to control some of that narrative. They've already got a plan in place that they're trying to enact, and we as local citizens here in the West Las Vegas area need to understand how to drive that particular building process, what industries need to go in there. Anytime you're building a master plan community, whether you're building affordable houses or you're building million-dollar mansions, the demographics and the studies, go to say that if we're putting a million-dollar mansion over here, what necessities or what things are going to necessitate, that particular person in that particular area. So if it's a $1 million mansion, there's going to be golf courses and country clubs and theaters and things of that nature. And so we've got to make sure that we're, as a community of people, understanding what we're building, how it needs to be built, who needs to participate in building it, what the benefits and what the last but not least, the sustainability of what's being built in our communities. And so I'm looking forward to working with those individuals that really have a heart for community, not just pushing people out to create something that's going to make money for certain individuals and other people not participate. But we need to turn our historic West Side into a religious district, because there's predominantly churches in our areas. We need to be able to participate in the growth of downtown as it pertains to hotels and homes and whatever the Manhattanization of downtown. The local, residents there need to be able to participate in that particular growth on their property. So we're looking forward to this discussion, and hopefully we can grab some more insight about how we can help the normal resident participate in this opportunity zone.
Thank you, Pastor Ron Thomas. We also, and I was negligent, I didn't recognize Mr. Carl Gunther, who's been with us all day, and he comes out of Florida, and he has a futuristic plan that he believes we should embrace in our community. But before we bring on Mr. Gunther, we'd like to hear from Reverend Oliver about where these funds are, the magnitude of the funds that we're trying to get to our community, and what type of organizations or businesses or what kind of vehicles do we need to create to take advantage of the opportunity zone tax credits?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to put up a chart here, but maybe I'll leave it alone. Ron Thomas, Pastor Thomas, for his overview. His overview was really indicative of what the national opportunity zone platform should look like and what are the pros and cons of that. What is the best scenario for the opportunity zone? First of all, the basis of the opportunity, the spirit and intent is in itself opportunity. The spirit and why it exists and why it came up. Of course, it came up with two individuals, Senator Cory Booker and Senator Tim Scott, bipartisan, coming from one thing they also knew, even though they weren't Democrat or Republican. And I always say each one of them know they have, have a cousin named Pookie somewhere in the same community. So we have the same concern, amen? And so so we need to put all that side. So the spirit and intent of this opportunity zone, which I felt was God sent if we know how to work it. And it is for the investors to get that huge incentive, but to come into these communities and invest. But at the same simultaneously, somebody has their mute. Simultaneously, we have to understand what is the responsibility of the community. If the community is not educated in what they can do, they would, then yes, we will see.
I've been hosting a
we will see that the worst case scenarios. And what's the worst case scenarios? You know, gentrification, dislocation, increased income inequality, harm or exiting businesses, racial exclusion, and a waste of you know, taxpayers' subsidy. And so what is the best case scenario? The best case scenario provides positive social and economic development impact. What would that do? That if we do it and work it right, and this is what we've been working on, how to augment it to the point where you can get jobs, affordable housing can come up, goods and services can be implemented, increase the tax base, human capital development, and new business and entrepreneurship. And I think that the other ones are more of aid, because we have to come in this conversation, we have to come from thinking of jobs. We have to come from jobs to the mindset of careers, and then eventually to the mindset of ownership and entrepreneurship, in which we are capable of doing. But what I started was a National Faith-Based Empowerment Coalition, which was started in the beginning of this act. And so in the beginning of the act. And so I was involved with putting on conferences in conjunction and having the big boys and Morgan Stanley and all those other people. But what came to my mind as we talk about this culture in this opportunity zone to maybe incentivize us, to motivate us, is that when we look at, I told Morgan Stanley and all those people, yes, the way this tax structure is set up, they can make billions of dollars, but if the stakeholders, which are the human capital, which is us, who are responsible to educate those human capital, what they can do to go from jobs, careers, into entrepreneurship. Then if we come in, if we have the right educational process, what's going to happen is we're going to relive Hidden Figures, Trading Places, all of those places, those movies, when you look at them, you'll see that we have a plethora of geniuses in that community, in those communities that are stagnant and undeveloped because of the extenuating circumstances that they're in. But what if this community, what if this act comes in, we start developing, and then the social impact piece becomes our personal responsibility, not only the investors' portion, but the social impact, utilizing that money, not just for a handout, but how it can work for us, is where we become instrumental in this process. And then they will see another $1 billion coming from the ingenious that has been, these ingenious that are in those communities that have not yet been tapped into. And so we started the National Faith-Based Empowerment Coalition that are spelling out, what do we need to do? As Kathleen Parks described. So we talk about illiteracy. We talk about economic illiteracy. What does it take for us to become literally competent within our economics, so that our economy can work for us as a community, and then ultimately work for the sake of the nation? So we need, if I have a PowerPoint that can show you how the investment process works. So what we did too was to go to Capitol Hill, speak with a few congressmen, speak with the Senator Scott, because in order for us to utilize this Opportunity Zone Act in the favor of the then we need the government to step in order to monitor and to establish a recording system, meaning you have to record and you have to report where you made all these hundreds and you built all of these. Where was the social impact piece implemented within the communities that you have made all this money from? So once that happens, then we're able to, and then it's also the responsibility, if you will, of the social impact, the communities. The things that we're talking about are educational pieces that helps those who are uneducated about their identity and who they are and their capacity and what they are capable of doing. The limited resources that they have within themselves to come out, not just to have their own personal agenda, but the agenda of their community. And so this is what we have been doing through the National Faith-Based Empowerment Coalition. But
Reverend Oliver, with that said, and thank you for that, it's wonderful that the Opportunity Zone Tax Credit Act has allowed investors to place trillions of dollars and to set aside funds to do some things for distressed communities and distressed businesses. But how does a distressed business who already doesn't have any resources to start with, where do they get the capacity to even respond to the Opportunity Zone opportunity? If the businesses can't stop long enough to, like we have a small business incubator right here in Las Vegas, and how do we get resources to educate the business?
On the faith-based side, the faith community has actually the most power to be a platform to bridge that gap and to identify with even the faith community and identify within the community that they serve. What are the shovel-ready projects that are there? We need to do our homework on our end. That's what I'm saying as well. How do we create the real, true shovel-ready projects? It takes a think tank in order to do that, and from there, then we can. What we have done, we have access to. There are investors who are wanting what we call philanthropic investors who are willing to weigh in the social impact piece. So therefore, just in short, for me, what we need to do is understand what does it mean to create a shovel-ready project. We can't come in with a piece of paper and a vision and an idea. We have to come to the table with something substantial where it can hook those investors. Say, okay, I'm willing to. What is my return in my investment? A, B, C, and also what is the return in investment from the what they call it, the human capital needs as well.
They're not probably on Uber Eats. So
Terry, you want to weigh in on that and show us what type of because to tell a small business that's eligible and that's great, he has a great chance for expansion. He could use an investment, but he lacks the capacity to put together his business plan, his investment prospectus, his accounting, his legal, or all kind of sideways. Is there any funds that could meet these businesses where they're at, come into their businesses and help them put their paperwork together? Is there that level of outreach?
Well, I want to piggyback on what Dr. Oliver said and just add a piece to it, because often in our community, we confuse points of interest. The Opportunity Zone and the Opportunity Funds are designed to provide return on investment. What the federal government said is that we'll give you access to these distressed communities, but in exchange for that, the final legislation came out is that you have to minimize displacement. You must provide job training, small business development. Those components must be a part of it in the evaluation process, or it's just a 1031 exchange. Because some people just want to put their money in and buy real estate and want to get the benefits of an opportunity zone fund. That is not the same thing. So to answer your question about a business not being in position today, in terms of its business plan, its accounting, even paying its taxes, proper paperwork being filed. The objective for us to be successful in this process is to identify projects that have the opportunity to provide the return, meaning we're looking at projects from an ARV perspective. What is it worth today, and what is it going to be worth once it's developed? Secondarily, understanding that investors going into this process are aware that the benefit that is most valuable to them is at the end of a 10-year period. So you know that essentially you framed your opportunity in such a way with the investors that you have 10 years for development. That's huge in terms of small business development. We know based on the SBA information how long it takes for a business to become stable, how long it takes a business to fail. If you have 10 years of incubation, which is what an opportunity fund is, it is really incubating a community. Because at the end of 10 years, the investor is going to take the money out. So what we have to do, using the church as the platform, is identify the resources that the church has, meaning people in the community, the church that own property, the properties that the churches own, and do an assessment of what it would be once we develop that property. Zoning is allowed. That creates more density so that we can give a greater return on investment. And we have to use the very principle that they've used in our culture forever towards them, meaning return on investment. We will give you the return on investment in exchange for us owning the project at the end. So what I push is that if you want to be in control of this situation, you must have locally, North Vegas should have its own opportunity fund. It should not join another opportunity fund because that fund is going to have projects already that they're participating in. If you have your own fund, meaning North Las Vegas as a collective, you're going to be able to go into the NES platform, into the Intrex platform, and register your fund with projects that you're interested in developing, and knowing that whatever money you raise, 10% of it is for small business development. So let me give you a simple baseline. $100 million is going to have attached to it an allocation of $10 million for small business development. And the investor knows that. Understand, this is not mom and pop off the street. These are institutional investors, hedge funds, mutual funds. This is high net worth individuals that are participating. And never misunderstand this. They hope you default.
That's right.
Because if you default by year 10, they are going to buy the property. They're going to force you, they're going to liquidate it, They're going to liquidate it and pull their money out. And then you won't be able to sustain it. And they'll come right back around and buy it for pennies on the dollar. So we have to go into this with an idea that how are we going to exit? Any business plans begins with what is the idea and then what is the exit? You start from the back, the end, and work back to the beginning. So I want people to understand the Opportunities Fund, they didn't expect it to come to this level of understanding. They didn't expect our people to get it. They didn't expect us to have the financial capacity to understand. There are two things that are critical to growing the capacity, which is money, and scalability. Investors are interested in scalability. The greater the scalability, the greater the less risk they have. We want that as well, because if we create scalability, for instance, in North Las Vegas, that 86-acre project, if you put veteran housing on there, you have an opportunity to receive much money from the Veterans Administration to help in the development of it, which is capital stacking. So now you've reduced the amount of money that's exposed to the investor. And then you have veterans that will move into the facility, either as a veteran facility, or you can put two veterans in as a room, or you can move it in that they buy it as home ownership. So depending on which way you want to go, as North Las Vegas, you're dictating what happens to the market, and you're building an exit strategy without calling it an exit strategy to the investor. The investor just wants their money. Don't confuse them. They don't care about your mission. This is what I want our people to understand. They don't care about the schools. They don't care about who learns the new job skill. They care about making money on their investment. And that's to our benefit. The more we think about the investment, the more we can build what we need to build. I'll stop talking now. Any questions, any comments? I'm here to listen.
Yeah, I just said you're correct. And just one of the other things that what we're doing here, for example, we're creating what we're doing, National Faith-Based Empowerment Coalition, was to create the platform to bring the type of mindset that we have here to develop the ability to go to the human capital in our community so that they would understand how to work in tandem with this the monies that are infused in their community by those who really don't care, but they're trying to make money. But still, because of the laws, they're capable of making something. So, for example, you have grandma, big mom, who bought her house and in the 50s and the 40s. And now, she's 80, 90 years old. And her house is now worth $600,000-700,000 because of, the market and probably the gentrification around her house. So she has actually accumulated capital gains tax. That's capital gains tax. She could actually reinvest that, but she doesn't know that she can. All she knows that the capital gains tax, the taxes she has to pay on now the $800,000 house that she bought for $4,000, that she has to pay $250,000 back to the government. But she doesn't understand that capital gains tax can be infused back into her community. For example, if she was running the National Negro Fund, that can go back to that to help out the rest of the building of the community or the church that she has been serving. So this is what I'm saying is that we have, in order to accomplish what my brother just said, then we have to have platforms set up in which that educational process can be implemented so that we can best take advantage of the opportunities in our community. Yes.
Here's what's beautiful about the Opportunity Fund when you create it. If North Las Vegas created an Opportunity Fund and Big Mama was to do that, participate in the formation of the fund. Once it goes out to the high net worth individuals, the hedge funds, the insurance companies, as money comes into it, because she participated in the initial formation of it, it comes back out before the 10-year period is up, because she participated in the formation, and it's the cost of forming the business comes out at the beginning of the people that formed the fund. So not only was she not recognized that $240,000 tax bill to the federal government, you didn't even touch the state, but the federal government of 30%, she would also get the benefit of that money going into her pocket, even if she kept the rest of it in the fund as an investment vehicle, because what's happening in distressed communities is they're changing the zoning. So that house she lives in that's worth $800,000, using your example, if we were to take it up 5 levels, it might be worth $2 million. That's the fund allowance. That's what they're talking about. And in light of what's happening with Corona, our government, excuse me, we're going to see more people subsidized in terms of housing going forward. There's going to be people that retire. There's going to be a whole group of people that are going to decide they don't want home ownership anymore. There are people that lost money in the market last week that are going to want to put their monies into something stable, which is real estate or gold. Same thing. We as a people, though, move too slow. We talk about it too much. Form the doggone fund. Fill out the paperwork. We always sitting around talking. While we're talking, they're moving.
That's right.
So we'll be talking next year about this, and they will be moving. And for people that go and do it that look like us, we'll be mad at them because they didn't explain it to us. We invest every day that we don't understand. We sign up on jobs for 401ks, and we don't even read the statements. Real estate is the easiest way to stabilize your finances. Because even if the property value drops to zero, if you're getting $1,000 per unit, the property value could be worth zero, but you get $1,000 a month. So that income is what matters. And as just a point of information, commercial property is not evaluated the same as residential property. So commercial property's value is built on the rents collected or the leases collected, not the building. So that rent is what maintains the value of your property. That's why you don't see commercial properties go down in value. What you will see them do is that landlords will stop paying the rent because they don't have the traffic to support their debt. But the rent is the rent. That is how they create that value. I'll stop talking again because I've talked too long and I see people's faces like, what is he talking about?
No, Sheriff, actually, you're bringing up some great information that we really need to know, because those of us who are here in the distressed community, those of us who own businesses, who own property, who own homes in the distressed community, we need to know what steps we need to take, and we understand that we can't do it alone. We need to form some type of a collective. We've got some big dreams with the 100 Plan, and so I'd like to just let us hear from a gentleman who's been working on changing the condition of our community for more than more years than I'd like to think, and I've been working with him for about 10 or 12 years, and that's Mr. Carl Gunther. He believes that in addition to our communication strategies, one of the things that's challenging to the historic West Side is our transportation infrastructure. So he's proposing and has been proposing a plan for our government, and particularly for the West Side, so that he believes that once we get our transportation network set up, we will be on the first road to the economic battlefield. So Mr. Carl Gunther from SkyTrains, can you chime in with your ideas and concepts about the role of transportation and changing communities, and let them know a little bit about your background as well.
Okay, I guess I'm getting into my 25th year. I'm sort of a research guy in the sense that I joined, keep it real brief, Civil Air Patrol, O'Hare Squadron. We used to be mostly military. And I just love technology, so I learned everything in the book, okay? I decided going to college, University of Illinois, engineering physics, like my big brother was a pioneer in superconducting magnets. Still is, I guess, but he's old. Then after my getting ready to graduate, I realized my numbers were high for the draft. And most of you do know it, and most of you don't know it. But if you're drafted, the American service is the most noble. They have a bunch of guys sitting around the table, and they all have their jobs, and they say, okay, Joe, what do we need? He says, well, I need 25 truck drivers. Okay, the other guy very fairly looks at the numbers and says, starting from the top, 25, puts a pencil line, truck. Okay, I need a bunch of janitors. Oh, same, and so on. And so I joined. If you joined, then you can get a duty station. And I got into Nike Ajax Hercules. And because I was so advanced for my age, I got to go to the first chemical, biological, radiological warfare school. Then that meant I was really prime stuff, and they wanted to send me to Thule, Greenland. And I actually got orders, but I had a family problem. I needed a secret clearance because my dad was German. Same problems you guys got, okay? So, okay, I went to the OCS thing, and they said, oh yeah, you passed, you got all these things. Oh, the second education after I got out. I went to the Illinois Institute of Technology, and they have 13 wind tunnels. And naturally, we did a wind tunnel test on SkyTrain concepts. And got my degree there. I now also have a half an MBA because I worked for Emerson, because I was a good vet, and I did great, okay? Anyhow, after some time, I bought a marina, my wife and I, in Hernando County, which was supposed to grow. It was generally the fastest growing county on or off. And they had 70 acres of lakes that we were going to connect through the marina, salt water to fresh water, and they're going to build 3,000 homes. Anyhow, the crane I was going to build to move the boats to between that turned into SkyTrain. Okay. And we got wiped out by a flood, the no-name storm. And so basically I had moved my machine shop, which did mill spec type work. And so I focused on my machine shop and still played with the crane, which is now, when you have put somebody's boat over to the high and dry, and the people they're not going to be in there. So you got to have a trailer to keep the people, etc. So anyhow, I got a group of people together that were the best that I could think of, and I had help. I picked the two guys that started the high-speed rail committee in Washington, D.C. And one of the guys, well, they're still high-speed rail guys, okay? Now, of course, they threw in maglev and all that good stuff, but I've worked with them for over 20 years. And in the thing, every time somebody wants to do something at the Moulin Rouge, they call me and say, hey, can you give me a PowerPoint? About 3 years ago, we had one, didn't quite work out. I guess they didn't have the money that they needed, but it's a different world now. We have these locations that already have funds attached to them, okay? The rehabilitated funds. So in reality, if we can put our thoughts together, and Reverend Oliver, and I really, really appreciated it, and I'm sure as heck glad that at least you got Reverend in front of your name. Okay, I could lose the whole business. Beautiful presentation, okay, both of you guys. And so basically, 10 years ago, somebody was going to build a new city, and I have a short presentation on that, and that started getting me involved in Las Vegas. And I have 2 pages, well, I have a page and a half of how do we get there? And I'm saying transportation. Transportation adds value. Katie, I'll get to one paragraph on Katie, okay? And I'd like to just start there. And I say, hey, how do we get there? Okay, transportation is a wide range. We're talking elevated transportation because that way air rights are cheaper than land value. And Katie had found one place we could put it. It's a drainage ditch, so you don't pay air rights. So if it's all right with everybody, ask some questions, and I'll just go down through my little topic and be done with it. And I guess maybe we can close the day, and maybe I can go and see you guys in the future. And we have maps that we did 10 years ago also, and maps that we did recently. So any comments at this point?
Well, Carl, I just thank you for having the fortitude and the staying power to keep your development focused on the potential in Las Vegas. we talked about you coming in and joining up with us to build a soul train. We thought that the first leg of this train would take us from the NASCAR stadium to the Raider Stadium. That would be a big plus. But then I asked, in the wake of coronavirus, do we need mass transportation? I mean, it's hard to know what to think about. We don't know how long this virus is going to last. It's hard to plan for the future when there's so much uncertainty. So who wants to chime in on developers, investors, where they're putting their money? Does it make sense for us to embark on a mass transportation system at this period? And I wanted to just bring out too that, and I was supposed to do this at the beginning of the conference, that when the Moulin Rouge opened in 1955, it made the cover of Life magazine as an amazing resort. But at the same time, the cover of that Life magazine showed that they were facing a serious virus. So it seems like viruses and new development seem to go hand in hand. What do you think of that?
I think it certainly makes you think, doesn't it? And worry a little bit. But life goes on and the viruses come periodically. And I don't want to get into any philosophy, but the thing that has been lacking in Las Vegas, from my viewpoint, is real transportation. I mean, a truck is not transportation. A car is not transportation. They're necessities, okay? And we want to basically accentuate the positive and get a few trucks off the road that each truck does about the damage of 30-some cars, okay? And it takes up space because it goes slower, and the accidents it goes are worse. So, you know, that's about it. And remember, the money has been sitting here for quite a few years. It's rehabilitated funds. They're sitting there. I looked at the paperwork. It's on the website, obviously. You guys are probably ahead of the game. So the money is there, and the government is giving them discounts the longer it stays, a 5-year term, 7-year term. Okay, you guys probably know more than I do. That's, any other questions before? I can go a little speech.
Thank you so much, Carl. Okay, so part of
Go ahead, sorry.
I thought you had another comment, Carl.
Oh, no. I'm ready to, how do we get there?
Well, thank you. So we have talked about who we are as the descendants of American slaves. We talked about how to live in a principled way to bring about a peaceful society, because we know without peace there will be no development. Without development, certainly there won't be any peace, so there has to be a middle ground. We've heard from the Juneteenth National Observance Foundation of how we're going to educate not only the descendants of slaves, but educate all of America, realizing that we have been miseducated about our heritage and history. Then we've come on and we've talked about, how does the money work? How do people who just got off the plantation yesterday put together a business plan for an opportunity zone investor? We have talked about ways we can structure ourselves from both public and private. And now we have a major developer who wants to build transportation systems in Las Vegas. How do we make all of this become a reality? And what are our other realities? So Terrence, how do you think we should move forward? What are some steps you think we should take to move forward? Are you still with us? And then I'll put that same question to Pastor Ron, if you're still with us.
I think that Pastor Ron for North Las Vegas is better equipped to speak to that, because you have to coalesce the community, the faith-based community, the community stakeholders, but it begins with the fund formation. When you look at transit-oriented, it brings business to a community. So however long that stretch of corridor you're going to develop, The train is one thing in terms of its value, but what it produces in the area in terms of the infusion of people, the infusion of small businesses, the requirements become different, the population will change because you have people that are looking to align themselves in that environment because technology is also attached to transit-oriented development. It's a great tool, I think, for North Las Vegas. I looked there, when I was there, I looked at some of the places that you showed me and creating destination stops along the way, which makes it interesting because of the historical context. I think we have to begin to process that way. Because even though I said I'm not familiar with North Las Vegas, distressed is distressed across the country. We know that tourism drives business. We know that Las Vegas is a tourism's place. So North Las Vegas needs to participate in that. We need to import as well as having our talents exported. So there are things in North Las Vegas, along with transit-oriented development, that become points of interest to people because they want to have a full cultural experience. But it begins with the formation of the Opportunity Fund. I think talking to Carl and really letting the transportation be the lead. I have not seen an Opportunity Fund. I'm going to check when I get offline, but I have not seen an Opportunity Fund that is led by transit-oriented development. That would be an interesting play because you are now privatizing, just like Richard Branson is privatizing, well, it's really before Interest Capital, is privatizing the process. You now are saying people of color, along with Mr. Gunther, he has some color too.
A little pink.
I'm sorry?
A little pink, a little pink.
He's German. So if he was German, I know what his family went through when he was growing up. I know what he experienced because he's had a like experience. And I hope you don't misunderstand it. I just understand how he's connecting to it. But using that as the lead for North Las Vegas development is brilliant. Because transit-oriented development in an Opportunity Fund automatically includes housing, automatically includes business development, automatically includes technology training. All you have to do is mimic what they're doing with the Branson training, Verdi. Just mimic that in that space from the car track to the Raider Stadium, which is what you talked to me about. That's remarkable. You know how much money you'll make along that? You know how much the housing value will go up? Because that will become where people want to stay, but you make it a community of people that were there, that did not get transplanted, and built it into a community model that they can keep because you've built revenue around their home ownership. That's what I see. And that would
Terrence, thank you for agreeing with Mr. Gunther that transportation-oriented development is the way to go to be involved in tourism. But I was sure hoping that because this is Moulin Rouge Agreement Day, that we would talk about what it's going to take to rebuild the Moulin Rouge. We haven't talked about that at all. We talked about restoration, but with the restoration of this property, bring about the restoration that we're talking about both racially, economically, historically. How could the restoration of the Moulin Rouge be the beginning to building Soul City, Las Vegas? So I'd like to hear about that.
Well, if
Catherine, this is
jump in. Go
Pastor Tom.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think the comment that the gentleman made was very enlightening to me. We've talked about community development corporations and making sure that we have that, vision. As a pastor, everything starts with a vision for me. But he brought up something that was interesting, Catherine. We've never really spoken about that, and that is the actual fund, getting the fund, mechanism in place, and talking from that fund standpoint. I think that's one of the key components that we need to do. And from a transportation standpoint, Mr. Gunther, I think that is a very important key because once again, when you have the ability to get to and from the area, and transportation is driving right through, a major place, then it makes it accessible for everything from residents to tourists to be able to get to and from. That's one of the major things coming from a metropolis like New York City. You see that's lacking here in Nevada. We can always enhance our ability to do transportation. And if we put Catherine, the Community Development Corporation together, as well as the whole funding, for the opportunity package. We drive the whole vision of, revitalizing everything from the Moulin Rouge to transportation routes to get people from the distant places, whether it be Summerlin or Henderson, to this particular area for people to be able to get access. Most people, as you know, Catherine, live off the west side. We come here to come to churches and various things of that nature. But we need to talk about, as I stated in my opening comment, when you start talking about redevelopment, what businesses are going to drive the industry to cause everything from traffic to employment opportunities. We've got to be mindful of, as we develop it, there needs to be everything from the cleaners, that's lacking in our community, to something that's going to be of a high value, where it's going to cause people to want to come to this community and enjoy themselves as well as worship. So I think from the standpoint of where we start, Catherine, putting together that plan to create that monument that's historic and bring that back to life, a little bit more details concerning some of the conflicts and challenges surrounding that particular property of what it's going to take. But I think if we come up with a plan and we begin to put it on paper and write the vision and make it plain to where, as I believe Mr. Duncan said, that investors can see how they're going to be able to get a return, on their investment. And then last but not least, how we're going to be able to sustain it at the end of that 7 to 10 years. I think it all starts not just with the conversation, but as he said again, let's do it. Let's put it together. Let's, pull our resources together and put something together that's attractive to where anybody with money would be a fool not to put their money in this community. Thanks for letting me comment.
Well, thank you so much. And I know that Steve Williams from the National Juneteenth Observers Foundation wants to comment on that.
Yeah, one of the things that I was telling them, actually working with Catherine on, is to get the attention, to get the story known nationwide. That's one of the key things that's going to bring about the investment vehicle to get the Moulin Rouge going, is if we do something to bring attention to it nationwide. Thus, we're going to attempt to with a
Steve, your
Moulin
comment's
Rouge
real double. I think you got to mute one of your mics or something. We're hearing you twice.
You're hearing me twice.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if anybody else
All
is
right.
having trouble hearing you.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, I got the audio going. We're going to do that to the extent of having a Moulin Rouge Day festival that we're working on. And we want to do that to bring attention to the story of the Moulin Rouge. While it might be familiar to some people there, I can say nationwide, it's not that well known. And so that's one of the key things that we have to do as far as the Moulin Rouge is concerned. Other thing, from an economic point of view, you can have all this stuff going, but what is the economic engine that drives West Las Vegas? And that's one of the key things for any city, any economy that's based. What is your economic engine that drives it? Detroit, it used to be cars. Mississippi, it was cotton. Virginia is tobacco. Las Vegas, the Strip, is gambling and hotels. So one big key part of that vision is defining exactly what that economic interest is going to be for West Las Vegas. And I think that the branding that Katie is on, Soul City, is where that development can really start at, that economic engine, to offer something that differentiates going to the Strip.
I'm checking Amazon when I get off this call.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I say something. Before the opportunity zone came into existence, the empowerment zone was enacted during Clinton's time, and the what they call it, the philosophy behind that was that many of in the suburbs, the malls and plazas was oversaturated. And Clinton had sent out an OPEC, he had sent out, jobs from out of the country, and we had for cheaper labor. And what they found out that if you take a Walmart and put it in a suburb, and you take a Walmart and put it in a stressed community, the Walmart in the suburbs and the Walmart in the stressed community will reap 3 to 4 times more money profitably than the ones in the suburbs. Why? Because African Americans spend $1.some trillion a year. Also, those stressed communities are highly dense, highly compacted density. It's strong. So
density.
Yeah, density, yeah. And so there was a philosophy, behind that empowerment zone. So it wasn't to help our community. It was they're seeing that there was some really mad money that can come from our community that was untapped. And the reason why the developers and those people didn't know, because when you say, stress community, that means what? That means, crime and everything else. So that kind of kept them away. But Clinton was saying, no, you need to tap into that because there's a lot of money. So how do we, now with the Opportunity Zone, how do we also use that understanding to build our own economic communities?
Ms. Duncan, thank you. Ricky Towers, Las Vegas. Are you opening up the discussion with the call-ins?
We can't hear you, Catherine.
Ms. Duncan.
We're due to sign off right now at 4 o'clock, but if everyone's willing and able to stay on, and if no one has any objection, we can continue the conversation. So go ahead, Mr. Towers.
I'm good.
Ms. Duncan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can the panel hear me also? Karen and Steve?
Yes, everyone can hear you. I have a little background noise, so I'm going to mute myself, but you guys go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted, Ricky Towers, native Las Vegan, 42-year gaming professional, has a lot of savvy when it comes to the hospitality and gaming industry. Papa's house was built in 1930, and now it's worth probably about $90,000 in the 3.5 square mile of historic West Las Vegas. Being a native and knowing the importance of tourism and how it plays into the economic development of any community is what the 21 to 39 to 45-year-olds are talking about. Work where you live, residential on the top, business on the bottom, being able to ride your bike to work, being able to have access to the goods and services of what Pastor Tom was talking about. My question is, with the availability of the religious traffic that comes into the community and it being imported and then just more so not patronizing the industry, how do we keep those dollars in our community?
If I may, one of the things I'd like to speak to when we were talking about the train, and then she asked about the Moulin Rouge. One of the capital stacking resources that's available is historical tax credits. The Moulin Rouge would probably fall under a historical tax credit. Secondarily, you could look at the Reg A+ as a way to do what is called a community buyback, where the community could, depending on how you build the story, could buy shares of key resources and assets in the community that are owned collectively. The Moulin Rouge on a transit-oriented development being a destination stop with tourism would be fantastic. When we take that technology, when we take the entertainment component and add technology, the size of the Moulin Rouge is not as important as virtual streaming. So for instance, if you brought Common into the Moulin Rouge, certain people will want to go see Common live, but you could broadcast to 3 million people across the country and they could have a virtual experience inside of the Moulin Rouge. That becomes a money driving mechanism that is constantly bringing revenue to the owners of the Moulin Rouge. You can mass market. The opportunities with technology are endless, but what happens is that you are using the Reg A plus to raise that capital. With the Reg A plus, you can raise $50 million per year as a small business. So in a 10-year period of time, you could raise $500 million, which means that just with the Reg A plus, that a large portion of that area would have been purchased and in the process of being developed, where it becomes a work, live, entertain, and play space. That's what the development is. When you talk about, and I know you know this already, but when you talk about businesses on the bottom and housing up top, people riding tracks and they want to walk their dogs. They want to be able to go to a local cafe and have a drink. They want to have technology that they can plug into their devices. They want, it's like what Disneyland developed years ago. They really want small town USA. I received a point of information. I received a call yesterday about the acquisition of a mining town in Arizona that's an hour and a half away from Phoenix. Because they had a bankruptcy, this town is now for sale for $400,000. I said that we could take a town. Yes, sir. Am I making sense?
Okay, Terrence, you're making sense. However, when you talk about acquisition, it seems as though most of the developers want to come in and acquire distressed properties and put them back on the market. But the term acquisition sounds to me like a taking. So the people who have owned their property, is there any way for the people to maintain ownership of their property and be a part of the development instead of outright selling?
Yes, ma'am. So again, let me talk about that. Remember I talked about displacement. So they want to minimize displacement.
Absolutely.
So in that process, I probably won't get in trouble, but I'm okay with it. Antiquated thinking will not allow you to keep your property. So whether you think it's right or think it's wrong will not work. The reality is that if you form a fund, you're looking to create value to sustain the property. So the people that are there have to participate in a way that they are able to keep the property. Let me give you an example. A fund is just a bank. It's just a funding source. That's all it means. So it would buy a property free and clear. Once you buy that property free and clear, depending on who you are as the investor, you can now go into the general market. You can go to Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. We can use all kinds of federal resources to refinance that property and pull that money out. What becomes critical is how much debt we put on it and how to service the debt. So when we talk about people not being displaced, if you're going to function with a fund that essentially becomes a bank, I'm using, and I'm being real simple here, it's more complicated than this, but I'm just being simple. If you're going to use it as a bank, you have to understand that the debt has to be serviced and taxes are going to increase unequivocally without a doubt in 10 years. They're going to come around and reassess the area year 10. And that's how they're going to set the value of that asset. So people, if the people that are living there are not open to participating in the development process, if you have a house that you're sitting on that is 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, that we can extend that to 8 units in the back, you need to look at letting us extend it to 8 units in the back because part of that income is yours. The majority of yours. Yes, sir. Somebody said a question?
I think there was a question coming in from Mr. Towers.
Yes, well, the more and more I hear the speakers, and I think that the religious-based side of this and the faith-based initiative is what I would like to call it, would probably be one of the best vehicles to approach this. Originally, when Pastor Thomas mentioned to me religious district, I didn't really embrace that in the beginning, but I had the opportunity to witness the base of religious faith participants in the area from Monday through Sunday, and the opportunity to grab some of the parishioners to invest in the community, whether it was continue to stay there for a while and not just completely go back to their own sides of town, but to stay in the community and invest as they participate in the services from Monday through Sunday. So, you know, the religious district concept in conjunction to downtown, I think, which is very, very close. And again, it's a 3.5-mile area of historic West Las Vegas, which is very small compared to most large cities. So I think that the religious organizations that exist in the area, with being landowners, property owners, I think that's a good vehicle to sit down and come up with some kind of business concept on how property owners can work with the churches in the area to start to redevelop and beautify the district. That's my thought.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and that's why we started the National Faith Base, and that particular model that you're talking about can be implemented all over the country. If you think about the nation as a whole, especially the African American and Black community, the church, sometimes the churches have always been the largest landowners as well, and it's also been always been a source of socialization, economic empowerment, all of that from historically. So to create that platform is I believe it's critical, because the church still is trusted, if you will. So, and as other brother said, antiquated thinking can be extracted within the compounds of the church. The church says it's okay. So there's a lot of dynamics that the church can play in the process of development and innovativeness.
Okay, so with that, I want to give everyone a chance to make a closing remark. Let's see who can keep our closing remarks under a minute. Then we can all close off. Some of us have actually been here since 11:30, and we did make other commitments. So if we want to wrap it up, of course, there will be future conferences in the future. We've worked out a lot of details, learned a lot of new technology. You all are great. It's great talking to each of you from the comfort of your desk in your living room. So let's have a wrap up. Let's start with, let's see, who did we start with earlier this morning? We started with the American slave nations, and we have Dr. Joe Higginbotham. You want to give us your closing remarks?
Excuse me, Katie. Can I ramble off my one-page thing, leave you guys with a picture? And also,
you got something to read, and go ahead. You said you want to be the first one. Is that it? Go ahead. You go ahead and do what you need to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm using my wife's computer, and she needs her computer.
Okay. Say hi to Nancy.
Okay.
Can you increase the volume so we can hear him a little bit better? His voice is a little bit low.
Okay.
Turn up your volume.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, basically, how do we get here is the question, okay? And I go back 10 years, okay? This topic is finding the way to reality, the features that are needed to provide equal access and social interaction to reasonable social features like churches, schools, shopping, groceries, exercise, and other weekly needs, advanced or specialized education, sport events, YMCA, playing any distant public location, etc. I'd like to introduce myself again. I am Carl Gonzo, CEO of now a 2 decades long operation of SkyTrain Corporation. With international focus of transportation and public-private needs, this is relevant of this diamond milestone relative to the potential recreated Moulin Rouge and surrounding location. The Moulin Rouge is the epicenter to the jetport, to the track, to the Raider Stadium, okay? And if you're living in a disadvantaged area, you don't have to do like Katie did. You got to buy a car because you wanted your son to have a degree, okay? I myself in Chicago, my son is really smart. And so I had to buy a house in the suburbs and drive 32 miles every day instead of driving 12 miles. But it was the education of my son, and he's done great, and it was all worthwhile, okay? But moving back on then, so I'm saying this is relevant, the diamond milestone relative to the potentially recreated Moulin Rouge. In other words, if you're in a disadvantaged area, you may have to drive your bicycle for a certain distance to get to the train, but then the train will get you in place, okay? Okay, so the Guide to Transportation purpose of STC was recognized at a meeting a decade ago.
Last minute.
This is Las
You can
Vegas,
just go on there and see it.
where
I
the
see it.
formalizing of a new Las Vegas City location was to be implemented.
I've just been busy.
At this time, one of the team was Ken Bingham, chief engineer at Disney, an icon by himself, creating the exhibits of Disney and the overseas theme parks. Himself a guru of innovation, specified our group should attend. He offered to meet myself, providing to a pickup in California, touring several plant locations that could help in building the transit, and driving to Las Vegas for the event. He was involved building a monorail connecting the Arrowhead CA and MGM building the Bally's monorail. That's an ex-Disney rehabilitated and is still running. He has built a rail exhibit or two, a rail exhibit in one casino where it looks like a boat where they do the exhibits, and they can have the space on the ground for gambling tables. The other casinos for a stage depicting a space. Okay, it was at this time I met Catherine Duncan, and now president of District 5, at this very location. She explained the obstacle, the spaghetti bowl formed by the connection of Route 1541, etc. She wanted an elevated technology as the solution for her dream, that of quick public access to this location. Our original confidential map has over 10,000 searchers finding it because they were frustrated because it was a confidential map done on Google. So if you use the right keyword, you'll get the map. She is so sure that the effort will prevail. She is running for election as a local representative to 16, so that this segment of her life she can control of funding, because she'll be part to the party. She already achieved gaining a degree for her son at the University of Las Vegas, funding the long drives by a second car, which she couldn't really afford. Nobody can, okay? She has invested a decade of effort to maintain a connection with SkyTrain. Now, after them locating, working with over 20 transportation experts, that's my team, for over 2 decades. There, I can tell you links where you can click on, you see the pictures of the people, you click on the picture and you get links to what they've done or their resumes. Our main
Well,
researchers are
that's enough
picture.
of a commercial for SkyTrain. That's a paid sponsorship, full 30-minute, 30-second commercial on SkyTrain. We're gonna let you slip that in. We're not gonna hold that against you, but thanks for getting your commercial in. Now we need to get the rest of our closing remarks so that we can close out. Let's go with Dr. Higginbotham now.
And 1 second, and you can take this document and email it to them. It has pictures.
You still let it, Carl?
Okay, I'm done.
My message is really simple, and I want to say thank you guys for sharing all the awesome information. I want to exalt you, Sister Catherine Duncan, for pulling this all together, and you and your team in such a short period of time. You made it happen.
It's my team over here. Come on over and stick your head in, Mike.
I want to just say thank you guys, and I thank you for allowing me to say congratulations. You did a phenomenal job. In closing, I want to say this here to everyone listening.
Just throw your head in and we can see who all was behind the scenes here. Just okay. Come on, Tyrone. While they're making their closing remarks, we got the whole team back there. All right, thank you.
We are at a Kairos moment in America's history. The decisions that we're going to make now will determine whether or not this country will prosper or will fall in the cracks. We're at the beginning of creating a new civilization from the bottom up. Economics is critical to being a part of this, but also we have to be about spirituality, putting people first, then dollars. We have, in this new system here, it will be about caring, sharing, and responsibility for equal wealth and power. And it's time to bring the people forward to empower them. We've been off course. So the decisions that we make here today will determine whether or not America will succeed or fail. And the American slave nation is in place here to begin to help usher in this new third wave system to move the people to where they need to be. I just want to say thank you once again, and I've enjoyed being on here today.
You're muted,
Catherine, we can't hear you.
You're muted, Catherine.
Sure, everyone shares the same sentiment, Dr. Higginbotham, the wealth of information and knowledge and research that the American Slaves Incorporated, American Slave Nation brings to bring awareness of why we need a new identity and how we move forward as a people that have not been recognized in this country. So thank you for your participation. I look forward to more continued dialogue with you and the American Slaves Incorporated. So now, who wants to go next?
I'll
Raise
go
your
next.
hand.
I gotta get on another
Mr.
call.
Steve Williams, National Juneteenth Observance Foundation.
Yeah, so the last thing I want to share is a little thing. I'm gonna put it up on the screen right here. And this is a piece of encouraging information. Juneteenth 619 signifies the power of positivity.
Over here.
When you keep seeing
My computer just
619,
shut down altogether. So how can I
the
get on it?
divine realm,
Okay, oh, he did it.
Juneteenth 619 signifies the power of positivity. Positivity. When you keep seeing 619, the divine realm is asking you to employ the power of positive thinking into your life so that positive things will also start to manifest. Juneteenth 619. That's one of the principles of the 12 keys to success by Frederick Douglass. All things Juneteenth, everyone.
All things Juneteenth. So how we get our screen back?
Hold on. I got it.
All right.
Hello, Bishop.
grateful for hope that I can see from the conference today, the panelists. I really do feel a lot of hope. And I look forward to learning more and being of any assistance that we can with Women's Federation here in Las Vegas. So thank you so much, Dr. Higginbotham and Mr. Gunther. All that joined on by phone was very, very great information, and Reverend Oliver, appreciate so much. I just felt like I learned so much today, and I would love to support whatever I can, and I look forward to writing to Angelica Selly, who's in Washington, D.C. She really wanted to be on the call today, on the conference today. She's our national president, but she asked me to introduce the organization, and yeah, thank you so much. I'm very, very grateful to have come today. And yes, I always pray for Moulin Rouge and all the things that can happen around that. It's always in my heart. You're muted again, Catherine. Unmute yourself, Catherine.
Okay.
Let's hear from Dee Evans with the National Juneteenth Service Foundation.
Catherine, I'd like to thank you for including us in the plans. I'd like to thank everyone on the panel and all the hosts that shared their opinions and their points of view. And I'd like to thank Steve for the amount of time that he has put into this from Washington.
Amen.
The event's success here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
All right, great. And so now we have some people on the phone too, have been on the phone all day on hold. They've been in and out. Let's talk to one of the members of my board of directors, Mr. Ricky Towers, who's been listening attentively. Thank you so much for staying with us all day. And Pastor Ron Thomas texted me that he had no closing remarks. He did have a previous engagement. He had to go. Ricky, are you still there?
Yes, Katie, thank you so much to the Universal Peace Federation and the Juneteenth Committee, and also the economic empowerment folks that you had on the line. I'm really interested in that religious district concept. And if one of your panel members could give me some example of some city in the U.S. where the religious organizations have come in and revitalized communities, I think that would be a great opportunity to look at their scale model. And being a stakeholder in Historic WESTSIDE, I'm willing to do whatever I can to make that area successful. So thank you, Katie. Thanks to your staff. And it's been a pleasure to be on the call. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Okay, and now Leslie Rigney, Universal Peace Federation.
Yes, you're my favorite female bulldog. I should get a hold of a
Leslie, we can't hear you very well. You're coming through a little different. Okay, here we go.
Can you hear me better now?
That's much better, yeah.
Oh, I was saying, appreciate Catherine. You're my favorite female bulldog. You get a hold of a concept, a plan. You don't let go of it. And this has been very programmed. And I really hope out of it will come very significant alliances. And the Universal Peace Federation would like to work with the American slaves. And
Really? After all this
I really
surgery?
feel, as Reverend Zachary said, that
I don't think it'll be a problem.
together
They wouldn't have felt it when they do the surgery.
we can learn from each other
Go ahead.
and working together.
Go ahead.
And God help
Okay.
us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leslie. I just love the way you keep me focused. And she said, I'm kind of like a butterfly. You got to get a little more rock in you. So I'm learning how to be more of a rock. Thank you for that.
I said a bulldog.
Okay, bulldog.
You don't let go.
Can't let go. It's too much at stake. Thank you. Love you. Okay. And so who do we have left? We've got Reverend Oliver.
Thank you. It was just a great conference. I'm glad I was able to attend and listen to the great minds. The ingeniousness that are on this call. We have to network and really put it together. And as one gentleman said, we can. We have to stop talking. We have to begin to do and make those things happen. I would just like to say this, and I say this last point. And when we talk about economic illiteracy and what is the definition to me, and I'll read it from what I wrote here. Is someone?
We can still hear you.
Okay, all right.
We can hear you, Andrew.
Okay, all right. It is the inability of a people to use the resources in their possession to create economic independence, political power, and socio-cultural self-determination. Economic illiteracy is a condition wherein a people provide for foreign people's wealth and empowerment, rather than providing for their own wealth and empowerment. And do I say this? I say this because we're not talking to be just a people because we're just thinking about people. But like the slave nation, we're talking because our people are so critical in the betterment of America and the betterment in the world arena. So us developing, growing, and reaching the potential that God wants us to reach is not for ourselves' sake. It's greater than the race. It's for the sake of humanity. Thank you.
My comment.
Much, Reverend Oliver, great comments. And our technical team that is working quickly to try to recognize our sponsors, for helping us keep a little gas in our car while we do this kind of work. So thank you so much, sponsors, each and every one of you. We weren't able to, but we will be able to acknowledge you more and more as time goes on. This is just the first of many conferences that we'll be having online. As imagine you would have all been in Las Vegas today were it not for coronavirus. So isn't it great to stay at home? No? You'd rather be in Vegas? Give me you'd rather be in Vegas?
We'll be sending out a link to the video conference. You'll be able to see it on the soulcity.us webpage. So
Could
that
you
link will
repeat
be
that,
ready
please?
in about 30 minutes.
Could you repeat that? Could you
We'll be
repeat that?
sending out a link to this YouTube video, the recording on it. It'll be on the Soul City webpage. So you can click on that in about 30 minutes and you'll be able to review the online session. We had visitors both inside of Uber Conference and on YouTube. We had a pretty good turnout.
And just to let you know that Fox 5 called in this morning, they were covering us. The Las Vegas Review-Journal was covering us. The Las Vegas Sun was covering us. I'm hoping the Washington Times had somebody out there covering us. If not, we need to write a cover-up story, Reverend Oliver, for the Washington Times, so people will know that we're already in a depressed state before coronavirus, so we cannot let the virus wipe us out. This is not the first time we've had a virus, but we have to persevere. And in spite of being on lockdown and being at home, we're still able to carry out our work. And so with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming on, joining today. I want to give a special thanks to Commissioner Kathleen Parks out of Louisville, Kentucky, for joining us. She was such a wealth of inspiration, information with all the things going on in Kentucky. She took a moment out to deal with us here in Las Vegas. So that's the kind of public servant that we really, really, really admire. So with that, here on the Historic West Side, if you want to know how to get to the Historic West Side, the best way to get to us is to take the Pioneer Trail. You can go to Las Vegas Pioneer Trail brochure and get a brochure of the Pioneer Trail, and it'll lead you directly through the Historic West Side, and where you'll find the largest concentration of the descendants of African-American slaves. I'm sorry, let me take that back because Dr. Higginbotham will get me. Where you will find the largest concentration of American slaves in the state of Nevada. Now, just let me clean that up a little bit because our state has never had slaves. Nevada has always been a free state. As a matter of fact, our Constitution specifically prohibits any form of slavery. Now, not to say that we haven't gone through our amount of Jim Crow and segregation, but Nevada was created out of a need to bring about an end to slavery. Our state was battle born. We were created in the Civil War. So Nevada should and will take the lead on bringing about an end to racial segregation, intimidation, bullying, because that's who we are. We're Nevada. And with that, I'd like to say thank you and join us next time at soulcity.us. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. Did a great job, Catherine.
The organizer has